Into your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
The time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question third. This code has been compromised.
Welcome back, Truth Seeker. Wednesday, August 21st, 2019. This is Truth Frequency Radio. I'm Zachary K. Hubbard. On every Wednesday night for 3 hours. On the West Coast, it's 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. If you're on the East Coast, it's 9 p.m. to midnight. Do the math for your own time zone, but we're just getting started. If you've never listened before, this is a caller-friendly program. To call in this evening, if you want to be a part of the show, I recommend you call in early. The number is 213-233-3998. Again, 213-233-3998. Looks like we already got a number of people on hold. So again, I do emphasize if you want to be a part of the show, it's best to call in early and be patient. The top story today is Donald Trump. And that is very often the case. Ever since he began running, he's been the top story more days than not. And today it's for saying that he's the chosen one. And also at this time, he's being accused of being anti-Semitic for saying that Jews who vote Democrat go against the loyalty of their people. Of course, the media is not bringing up the fact that he was a Democrat pretty much his entire life until Obama became president. Then he switched to the Republican Party. And they're also not bringing up that his face is on the side of a Jewish shekel to raise money for the Third Temple. And they're not bringing up the fact that all of his children of age are married into Jewish families. And they're not bringing up the fact that he wore a yarmulke while he was going around Jerusalem on Jerusalem Day in 2017, making one wonder if he could actually be Jewish. Donald Trump, when he was running for president, he went to a church and the pastor asked him if he was a Christian, and he said he was. And the pastor asked him what his favorite Bible verse was. And he said, an eye for an eye, which comes from the Old Testament, which is the Jewish part of the Bible. So strange for a Christian to have their favorite Bible verse be the Old Testament. But that was the case for Trump. Then again, there's a popular YouTube channel that claims to be a Christian, and I did a little interview with him just the other day, and he also said his favorite Bible verse was an eye for an eye. So I thought, strange. But the thing about today in Trump, calling himself the chosen one on this day, August 21st, this day is written 21/8 like 218 in the majority of the world, 218. Remember when Donald Trump sent out that presidential alert last year, October 3rd, 2018, he sent it out at 2:18 local time. And we do not believe that was an accident. When Hillary was declared the loser of the election, she was at 218 electoral votes. It's a number that's come up plenty of times with Trump before. In something known as Francis Bacon Gematria, where capital letters matter, the name Trump in caps, like how he writes it on his building, equals 218. So, big Trump statement today, calling himself the chosen one. And in light of him being accused of being anti-Semitic today, consider that the Talmud, one of the Jewish holy texts, holy with an asterisk, it says that they're the chosen people. So that is interesting as well. And I see as the show begins, we have a breaking headline. There's been 4 stories like this week. Here's the latest. Marriott cook planned mass shooting at hotel. Police say. Keywords there. Police say. And it's funny it's the cook, because cook equals 44 like shooting. Remember recently the food festival shooting? You got the story of the 3 survivors of the Vegas shooting who also survived the Gilroy Food Festival shooting. And the names of the survivors were Olive and the Cook brothers. Olive and Cook brothers at a food festival. And then right after that, you got the victim whose name was Fudge. Anyway, so now we got the Marriott cook. And hold on, I gotta open up the story to see what they're giving us for a name. His name is Rodolfo Montoya, not to be confused with Tony Montana. And they say he's 37 years old. Shooting also equals 37. That Gilroy shooting had a lot to do with 37 on the 37th parallel. Anyhow, that's what's cooking in the news. And rather than ramble on, I think we'll take it out to the callers, see what what's on their minds. So first up, Minnesota. How are you, Minnesota?
All right, brother. This is Sun-Eyed Eagle. What's happening? What's happening?
Good to hear your voice, friend.
All right, let me give you a couple of sports sacrifices. Jack Whitaker, you know, he died at 91 this week, and Jack Whitaker called the first Super Bowl.
He died at 95. His full name equals 95, and the name Whitaker equals 95.
Okay.
Yeah.
95. And then the other guy that was, he was both a college football, well, of course, most pro football players play college, but this guy played at USC. He was Jim Hardy. He played for the Rams and USC. So he's a kind of a sacrifice for both of the upcoming pro and college season.
I appreciate that.
The final one, go ahead. Could you add to that?
Oh, I'm just saying I appreciate that. I didn't hear about Jim Hardy's death, so I'm still listening.
Okay, and then the other one that just happened today, you have to look at people who sacrifice their family for fame, and the rapper T Grizzly's aunt was killed.
I saw that.
And and it goes to Profile 39, Corrupt 39, Baby I'm a Star 39, and then the 33 add to it is Time Is Up. And so it just shows you how, you know, the price of fame is never free. If you look at the person that calls themselves the Savage chick, she sacrificed her mother, a month or two ago.
Her name's Megan
Thee Stallion.
Yeah, I remember covering that. Yeah.
Yep. So, you know, this is the price of fame. And we see, just like we always cover, we had the coverage on all the playoffs. We're going to have the baseball playoffs, and we're going to start seeing the bodies drop. And so that's all I really had to add. You know, I just called to support you, brother.
Sure. Just to add to your list, there was the death of the baseball player Al Jackson at 83. He died 129 days from his birthday. He played for the New York Mets. New York Mets 129, like New York City 129. And he died on the 19th of the month. Jackson's 19. And then we also, of course, had the death over the weekend of Cedric Benson. And I'm sure you covered my work on that. So, yeah, exactly. Playoffs coming up. Go ahead.
Let me add this about Benson. See, Benson probably has CTE. Don't you know Cedric Benson started as a 10th grader? He started running back as a 10th grader. 3 years of starting running back in 10th grade. 4 years of starting running back in college. And then he played 6-7 years in the NFL. And then when he was arrested and he tried to say his ABCs, he said, "Officer, I really can't remember how to say my ABCs." But that just tells you the pounding these people take. And then when they're not used anymore, they're sacrificed.
Sure. So, yeah, a lot of suspicious deaths, and always around this time, the start of the seasons, playoffs, it's clockwork, and the same things go on every single year. And people don't question these deaths because they're elderly for the most part. Some are young, but people don't question the death of the elderly. But when you look at it, the rituals are perfectly synced. So do appreciate the observations.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, brother.
All right. Yeah. Have a good night, friend. Thank you.
You too.
All right. Take care. Okay. Let's see. Next up, we got our friend out in New York. How are you this evening?
Hey, brother Zach, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing well. Thanks for calling.
Okay, I just wanted to, say what I was so rudely interrupted on the call with a call for an uprising, whereas my friend from Arizona called it a call for a butt plug. But real quick, that was Big Al saying, not mine. But I just want to say this. I was trying to tell that man, and he would not hear or listen because he didn't want to listen. I said, I relate more to Zachary K. Hubbard because he is more aligned with the teachings and the precepts of Jesus Christ. And I opened up with a scripture called Galatians 4:16. And it says, and therefore I become your enemy because I tell you the truth. Zach, you have told us all the truth about this code. You've exposed the truth to this code with hands down, times and time over. But most people, my friend, will reject the truth that you tried to show them. Either one, because they're ignorant, or two, because they're on a payroll and they're serving the money masters, or as I refer to them, the money demons. And I was getting tired of listening to this man call, so then I felt like it was time for me to call up and say something. And this is my point. We have to use our energy, our resources, our time to positive, constructive things of action. I believe this guy is just a huge diversion because you wanted to get on track with something else. He kind of got called up and made the show about something else. But it's good in a way because it just shows how this so-called true community is nothing but a huge diversion. So what we have to do is not cry about or complain about what these guys are doing. We know what they're up to do. We have to be a plan of action. And this is my plan of action, Zach. I was talking to Big Al, and he said, Johnny, you got to call the show. Very simply, Zach, we need to hit the pavement. I've said it before. You are the one that is the founder of this knowledge to expose it, this knowledge, not the founder of it, but to expose the knowledge to the masses of people. We have to find through that network that you're thinking about developing or are developing is people that's within an hour to 2 or 3 hours drive that we meet, we get together, maybe share a little meal or, just something to eat and then pound the pavement.
Absolutely.
We need to be talking to people in a way and asking them, hey, do you believe, I think a good opening question, I'll leave this open for other people. What's a good way to try to present this information to people? Do you start with, hey, do you believe the sports is scripted? Hey, do you think, politics is rigged? Do you believe that the stock market is rigged? And then from there, what's the best way? How do we present this information that you so eloquently wrote about to show people how it is? Because unless we hit the schools, whether it's the colleges, the high schools, the public parks, we need to spread this knowledge and we need to do it quickly. And we can do it in a decentralized way. You could do it right from Washington. And then we can set up people like, hey, Johnny who lives on Long Island, I'm willing to go up into New York City. I'm willing to go upstate a little bit, like where Rambo is. We have so many brilliant decoders like Rambo and others. We need to pull our resources together. Because as Edmund Burke once said, that for evil to triumph, good men do nothing. I don't want to do nothing, Zach. I had a great day with my family, my grandchildren. I got a good life. I got a nice little business going on. And, there's this guy that thinks I'm going to go broke and you're not liable for my losses. Look, I've won more than I've lost with your picks, my friend. So I don't even worry about these people. I want to put them in the back seat and go forward. But you are the leader. You need to concisely write down burn a CD, a 10 or 15 minutes. We start to pass that out. in masses. We need to be able to present it to people. And I'd like the ideas of how do we best approach somebody in a non-confrontational or friendly manner to present this information. It has to be short, terse, laconic, right to the point. Go ahead, Zach, my friend.
Absolutely. Great points. I agree 100%. We do got to pound the pavement. And I'm hoping that once we get this website established, which shouldn't be more than 2 months out, it will help people organize locally. And maybe through that website, we can even come up with action plans and maybe in small groups in our own communities go out and have some sort of strategic approach for presenting whatever the issue of the week is, whether it's a news story or a sports story. There's, again, depending on who you're talking to, it depends on what kind of content you want to bring up to them to wake them up. So,
and I think what we need is, because you have the numbers of people, anybody that's willing to meet somebody should email you, text you, hey, I'm willing to meet somebody that's like-minded, that wants to get involved in some action in our community. And this way we can present it at a not a town hall meeting, but you get a little venue or VFW or whatever where you can present this information, any meeting place, any library. We can go to public access television. There's many ways we can do this, but this knowledge needs to be spread, and we need to get on it. Thank you very much for your time. That's all I got. I'm going to listen to the great callers. I'm sure there'll be a great program.
All right. Appreciate it, friend.
For your hard work.
Yeah. Have a good night. Thank you. Okie dokie. For all the people who are calling in on the 509 number, again, the Wednesday night show, you don't call the 509 number. I've already missed about 100 calls on the 509 number. Please call 213-233-3998. Again, do not call 509. That is not the number tonight. 213. Let's go out to Flint, Michigan. Flint, are you there? Flint, you're on. Flint, maybe just listening tonight? I can hear you, though. Okay, Flint, thanks for calling in. All right, let's go out to, I believe it's Rambo.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, how are you?
Zach?
Yeah, you're on.
Could you call back a little later? I didn't think I was going to get on this early.
Okay. How much of a break do you need?
2 more callers, and then,
Okay.
2 more callers, and you can come back to me.
Gotcha.
All right.
All right, we'll be back. All right, let's go out to Grand Rapids, Michigan. Well, I'm not sure what went wrong there. Grand Rapids, I apologize. When I unmuted you, for some reason it hung up. I don't know if that was a glitch on our end, but I'm going to look for you. If you call back Grand Rapids, I'll let you cut. I don't know why that just hung up. Apologies. Let's go out to Philadelphia.
Hey, Zach.
Hello.
Hey, man. Didn't know I was going to get on early, too. I just called. But I just wanted to give you, I don't know if you covered any more of the shooting in Philadelphia. Did you speak?
Not since last week.
Okay, I've been sharing your video with people. And I met a couple of people that lives near the shooting. And they said they did not see any record of anything as far as the guy is concerned, the shooter. And they showed me a video where one of the cops that was supposed to have got shot, they ran behind a car or ran on the side of the car, did something, and it looked like blood splattered. So it looked like it was staged.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that footage. Indeed.
And then the day after or the night after, I was in North Philly and I was on my way home. And the bus driver reported that he was going to make a detour because someone was supposed to have got shot in their face. And that was on 42nd and Girard Avenue.
I see.
Yeah, so, that 40 second stood out to me. And then later on that night, I asked a friend of mine, when he was riding past, he said he rode past there. And I asked him, did he see anything? He said he did not see not a single thing. No caution tape, no cop cars, no, just nothing.
Right, like the scene was over with. Huh.
Yeah. So I don't know if you may want to look into that. I don't have any numbers in particular tonight, but maybe you can look into that. Maybe if it connects to the Phillies game, maybe it connects to the.
Oh, it absolutely did. Didn't you see the work I did last week on the score of the Phillies game and what they said the name of the shooter was?
Yes, that's what I was sharing with people.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, that's how they do it. They bring the news and the sports together. So that's absolutely what that ritual was.
Right. So I'm thinking the Eagles preseason game was that night, and they won 24-10. So I don't know, where that
shootout equals 34. So 34 points. It was the day leaving 139 days left in the year, the 34th prime. So, and then the next day, walk-off equals 34 too. And the next day, the Phillies had the walk-off home run and the 34th team at bat on the 139th pitch of the game by the opponent. So, yeah, there is something going on there. I'll look at the Eagles too. That's a good observation.
Wow, I didn't see the Phillies walk-off came to 134.
Yeah, it was the 34th at bat. Wow. Walk-off equals 34, and 139 is the 34th prime. It was the 139th pitch of the game that the walk-off was on.
Wow. Because I'm saying, actually, I want to make sure I mention this too. The bus driver didn't make a detour that Friday night, so he was going to make a detour, and then the cops let him through.
Huh.
So if someone got shot in their face, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it would be chaos out there. Cop cars, they definitely would have made the detour, but they just went on and let him through. And it was like maybe one or two cop cars out there, and they just let him through. And then, like I said, my boy rode past it because he has to go past there to go home. He said he didn't see a single thing, and that was about an hour later.
Yeah. Well, I think that says a lot. So.
Right. Something's weird going on here. And, just looking at maybe one of the preseason games, I can see now how they're staging four passes. What do you call that? They fumble the forward pass.
Sure.
We're looking at the Redskins game, a forward pass, and then the intentionally overthrown footballs. And it's like, here we go. Like, like a friend of mine, he was saying in the gym, he said, I don't even want, they have fantasy football parties and everything. He said, I don't even want to, he said he told them he don't want to partake in the WWE.
There you go. Good.
So,
good.
But I gotta get all of that from you. So the 134th, it was the 34th at that 134th.
139th pitch, because 139 is the 34th prime. Just like how the shootout was on the day leaving 139 days left in the year, gun control equals 139 too. But 139 is the 34th prime number. Walk-off equals 34, just like shootout. And for anyone who tuned in tonight, if you missed my video on the Philadelphia shooting, before the baseball game was even played, when the news first broke, I pointed out that the date had 61 numerology. Philadelphia equals 61. Bryce Harper equals 61. Active shooter 61. Bryce Harper ends up having his best game of the season that same night while the shooting's going on. And then the next day he does the walk-off ritual. So, yeah.
Oh, man, I see. This is why I go off about Philadelphia. I know things are going all over the place, but, I'm right here. There was no, I was going to start cussing, but there was no evidence of anyone being shot in their face.
Right. I don't think there's any evidence that there was a shooting at all. So.
Yeah. I mean, I was out there when it was supposed to have happened.
Right.
All right, man. I gotta study your book. I lost track of your book. I gotta somehow or another find it in my email again and download it again because I want to put it on my tablet so I can be able to read it. So I need to like really get into your book. The people that I've shown the videos to, they were very, very interested. So I may have some people coming your way, maybe buying your book and maybe even getting on the phone calls.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, man.
All right. You have a good night. Be safe out there.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. So we got about 30 seconds till the commercial break. So I'll wait till after the break to go back to the calls. But just to read off in order what we got coming. Rambo's on hold. We got Greenville, South Carolina. Maybe Mount Enterprise, Texas. It's abbreviated, so I'm guessing that that's the name. I could have it wrong, but it's Texas. Clearwater, Florida. Moses Lake, Washington. Tampa, Florida. Las Vegas, Nevada. California, that's Young Dakota. And our friend down in Arizona. So sit tight. We'll be right back, everybody. Quick commercial break here. All right, True Seeker. Normally I interact with the chat during the break, but now that I have it on this setting where it shows me, I can't see the live chat. So I don't know how to fix that. I'm trying to figure out how to do it right now. But I'm sure there's a way to do it. Still just getting used to this whole new YouTube. I guess I can look at it through my phone. Let's see. Hold on here. Let me get everything situated. Okay, so taking a minute to see what's going on with the chat. Pearl Road says TFR commercials are no good. Well, no one's a big fan of commercials, but TFR, you know, there is a cost to the operation. He has to pay for all the phone, the website, all that. And honestly, the amount of subscribers to TFR are very few. So I think the only way he pays the bills is with the advertisements. And notice a lot of TFR's ads are more homegrown than outside sponsorship. I don't think there's a lot of people who are interested in, advertising in the truth community. So it's nice that a place like TFR exists. There's not a lot of places that have a collection of thoughts outside the mainstream, but TFR is one. So Paula Jones says, Zach, send book cover page. Paula, I'm pretty sure I responded to your email like a week ago and sent the cover page. So check your email. Send me another email if you didn't get it, but I remember doing that for you. Let's see. Grousey, I'm not crazy about that channel, not at all. So the police commissioner of Philadelphia resigned. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Jerry Jones has an interesting alignment with the Super Bowl this year. For a little gematria practice, measure from Jerry Jones' birthday to the Super Bowl and see what number comes up and see if you can figure out what is it about that number. All right, we're coming back from the commercial. One moment. All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We got 2.5 hours left. We're taking your calls the rest of the way. We got Rambo on hold, and I believe he is ready to go.
I'm ready this time.
All right, perfect.
I'm getting some feedback though.
All right, let me turn it down here. Try that out.
All right, let me see, testing. Oh yeah, that's better.
Okay.
I'll get a little bit still, but
Here, let me turn it down more then. Turning it down more. All right, that should do it.
all right, testing. All right, that's good. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be on that early. I mean, a couple of weeks before I couldn't get on at all.
Sorry about that.
Easily. It's like, that's all right. Last week you suggested that we could make a video. I could do a decode and you could make a video with it.
Right.
Yeah, I have a pretty interesting decode on the U.S. Open women's tennis championship that's coming up.
Okay.
If you wanted to see if we could do something on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that'd be great. Today I'm not really talking about Gematria. It's just that I saw the show with a call for an uprising. That was a great show, by the way. The couple hours flew by. That was really entertaining.
Okay.
But yeah, it just sometimes you hear conversations like that and wish you could jump in.
Sure.
I know Johnny Stash. He jumped in there. He's always got your back.
Right. That was nice.
I think it's just as well for I think it's just as well for Anarchadelphia that you didn't go, because if they get Zach Hubbard, they also get Johnny Stash, and I don't think they were ready for Johnny Stash. So, but I just want to address some of the stuff he brought up. He said that when they say that the most persecuted religion right now is Christianity, and you said it was Islam. But and he disagreed. But see, this is the thing: if everybody's being persecuted, that's all the more reason to stick together. So if when Islam is being persecuted, like, it's going to affect everybody. Whatever affects any group of people will affect everybody, and that's the mentality we need to have, and not just get a siege mentality and only
absolutely
be concerned about whatever your own group is.
Absolutely.
And that's what you do, and that's not what most channels do. You have your Christian group, you have your flat Earth group. You got race is like the most divisive group. Most of the audience are either all white, or then you have a lot of black truthers, so they only talk to the melanated people. You're probably the most diverse channel. I mean, if you're open that you're not a Christian, but Christians don't feel alienated. Johnny Stash, he's a Christian, but he's your biggest ally. You don't alienate non-Christians, but you're one of the few truthers out there that don't do that, which is what we should be doing. So I just talk about the thing about Islam being the most persecuted. Well, the obvious example is that Donald Trump. This is being done at a government level. Donald Trump had the Muslim ban where citizens of 5 Islamic countries are not allowed to enter the United States just to visit or for any other reason, just simply based on their religion. And that's unprecedented in modern times in a Western democracy. It's literally unprecedented.
Absolutely.
Like Nazism.
Absolutely. Just to speak on that, when I was driving for Uber and Lyft last year, I talked to multiple people who were in this predicament. I remember this one woman, she finished school over here and she intended to go back to her own country, or I forget what it was, or she was going to bring over her brother to help. I can't remember what it was, but her whole plan got screwed up because of that ban, because now she can't connect with her family like she planned to. And, she's just someone who came here for her education. And if I remember right, she was from Libya. So, yeah, I mean, that ban has really caused some major problems in people's lives, and it's just unnecessary. And yeah, it has everything to do with religion. So anyway, just wanted to share that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but so it's absurd to say that Christianity is the most persecuted. I mean, even to the degree that Christianity is persecuted, regardless of your faith, even if you're an atheist, you should stick together. The human race is under attack.
Right.
And some members of the human race are more under attack than others.
Right.
You know? But there's also, I also thought of a sort of a randomish situation. The NFL, there's in 2014, it was a Monday Night Football, but the Kansas City Chiefs were playing the New England Patriots. And the Kansas City Chiefs safety, Hussein Abdullah, he intercepted a Tom Brady pass and he ran it back for a touchdown. When he celebrated in the end zone, he did the Islamic prayer where he got down on his hands and knees and bowed his head. It only took a couple seconds. But the referee immediately flagged him for unsportsmanlike conduct. And the Kansas City Chiefs were penalized 15 yards. That's Hussein Abdullah. You want to look that up? Yeah.
Sure.
Back in 2014 Monday Night Football. Yeah, a big controversy broke out because the firestorm was so great. They said if the NFL had gone ahead and fined him, it'd been a major issue. And the reason it was such an issue is because basically on a weekly basis in the NFL, there are multiple Christians who celebrate by doing prayers. Like they'll drop to their knees and pray. And that happened at the time when Tim Tebow was in the league and he was in his prime. He was at the top of his popularity.
Sure.
And his iconic celebration, they call it Tebowing. And remember how Tebowing became popular all across the country? Everybody was imitating the Tebowing pose, and it's a prayer pose for celebrating. So in the midst of all that, this Muslim player does a Muslim prayer celebration. He got flagged for unsportsmanlike and got a 15-yard penalty. That was the double standard, you know. So the on-field praying by NFL Christians, this also brings up another point that you brought up in that discussion, is where you talk about how a lot of religious people, Christians, and not only Christians, but a lot of very fervent religious people don't really understand their own religion. They always show examples how they really don't understand their religion, but they're just really passionate and kind of over the top. And this is another example of how Christians just really don't understand their religion. In the New Testament, Jesus Christ actually condemns public displays of prayer like that. It's in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verses 5 through 6. Jesus states, "And when you pray, you shall not be like the hypocrites, standing in the synagogues and on the corners of the streets, that they may be seen by men. But when you pray, go into your room, and when you have shut the door, pray to your Father who is in the secret place." The King James Version says, "But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret." So, if anything, Christians should be condemning these Christian athletes who pray in public because they're actually violating what Jesus Christ taught according to the Bible. You're not supposed to do it out in public like that.
Sure.
So that's another thing you're talking about. About people not understanding their religion. And I've mentioned this before. It's an important point that comes up again. You brought up a point in the discussion that the person you were interviewing, you were debating, whatever. He was taking the position of a devout Christian, and he responded the way most Christians do to this particular criticism, which is a typical non-response due to a lack of understanding of the words of Christ and biblical text. The criticism that you posed of Christianity was that it externalizes power instead of empowering the devotee. You could say it elevates the exoteric over the esoteric, which modern religion, not just Christianity, does do. It demonizes the esoteric and occult when these religions are actually founded on these principles. So you stated that Christianity disempowers people by telling them to wait for an external savior rather than to be their own savior. That is a legitimate criticism, since churches do teach that, despite the fact that Jesus Christ did not teach that. Again, most religious people do not understand their own religions. What he could have defended Christianity with was the book of John, chapter 10, when Jesus is surrounded by a lynch mob who threatened to stone him to death for the blasphemy of saying that he is God. At that point, Jesus is quoted as saying, and this is John chapter 10, verse 34, "Is it not written in your law, I said, ye are gods?" So Jesus told the lynch mob that not only is it not blasphemy to claim that he is God, but every member of the lynch mob is also God, according to the religious law. The mob had to acknowledge that that was in fact the teaching of the law and had to let him go. The law, quote unquote, that Jesus referred to is seen in Old Testament, Psalm 82, verse 6. "I have said ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High." Another quote from Jesus that internalizes power rather than externalizes it. When asked about the kingdom of heaven, most Christians think of heaven as an external dwelling place in another realm. In Luke chapter 17, verse 21, Jesus is quoted as saying, "Neither shall they say, lo, here, or lo, there. For behold, the kingdom of God is within you." So Christian churches teach an external doctrine, which is actually contrary to what Jesus actually taught. But people will not take it upon themselves to think and search for the truth independently and simply read their own texts that they claim to revere so much. And what is really revelatory about human nature is that this was the case back then, thousands of years ago. The human race has not evolved. Well, when the religious text said, "You are all gods," and the unthinking masses attacked anyone who actually knew and read the text. So it's amazing that literacy and the availability of religious texts is infinitely greater today than back then. But humans are nonetheless just as ignorant, just as reactionary, and just as incapable of independent thought. The religion of Christianity did not exist at the time Christ is said to have lived. The institution of Christianity was created by the Roman Empire. So the Bible is a mixture of authentic, empowering spiritual concepts and Roman Empire writings designed to control the masses. One just has to figure out which is which in the Bible. I've heard you mention that the true empowering spiritual teachings are very likely the 7 Hermetic principles. Of course, organized religions, the creations of the enslaving, controlling elite, they created organized religion. They will condemn and demonize what is truly empowering, but they'll employ those teachings for themselves, but they'll tell everyone else, no, that's of the devil, don't touch it. I believe the real entity, not just the Roman Empire created Jesus Christ, but the real Jesus Christ, if he was a physical person, did teach the 7 Hermetic principles. For obvious reasons, those concepts are left out of the canonized Bible. Think of the name Hermetic. Hermetic, which comes from Hermes. Hermes is the Greek version of the ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet god Thoth or Jehuti, to whom that's spelled D-J-E-H-U-T-I, Jehuti, also known as Thoth, to whom many ascribe the authorship of the 7 Hermetic principles. Hermes, from whence you get the term Hermetic, to the Romans is Mercury. I brought up in a past show how the real birthday of Jesus, who would not have been named Jesus at the time, as it's a Roman invention, was September 11th, 3 BC, as concluded by Ernest L. Martin, a Christian pastor and meteorologist. who in his 1978 book, The Birth of Christ Recalculated, concluded that the real birth of Christ was September 11th, 3 BC. I also shared how popular culture confirms that the occult elite do believe that that is the real birthday of Jesus Christ figure. Again, Hermes is Mercury. Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo. A September 11th birthday makes Jesus a Virgo, ruled by Mercury. And Mercury, who, like Hermes and Thoth, Jehuti, is the messenger of the gods, a god who transitions to material form to deliver a message of spiritual empowerment. I showed how multiple celebrities picked to portray Jesus are Virgo or Gemini, since they are ruled by Mercury. Tupac was a Gemini, Nas, Virgo, Kanye West, aka Jesus, Gemini. I mean, Tupac was born Gemini and he died on the date under Virgo. Neo in The Matrix is a Virgo. Keanu Reeves, who played Neo, is a Virgo. Cesare Borgia, who is the Europeanized popular portrayal of Jesus, is based on it's based on Cesare Borgia, and he's a Virgo. So the September 11th World Trade Center ritual featured the Twin Towers, a giant Gemini symbol, on the date under Virgo. It was all about the desecration of the real Jesus, who is Mercury, Hermes, Thoth, or Jehuti. I think it is possible that they might have actually feared a literal return, or at least a shift to Christ consciousness. That's what that ritual was designed to prevent or desecrate. So when Jesus walks on water, he's actually utilizing the Hermetic principle of vibration. Science indicates that atoms that make up all matter are not solid. Our physical, quote unquote, reality is actually not solid. Elements feel solid based on their rate of vibration. They have varying rates of vibration, which determines density and texture. Even Nikola Tesla, the genius scientist, stated, quote, "Everything is vibration." When Jesus walks on water, as described in Matthew chapter 22, he is said to have gone into what they call prayer, but was actually deep meditation for a long spell. He was changing the vibration of his body's atoms, and when he was trying to teach his disciples how to do the same. He was not saying, "Look at me, how I'm special, I'm God, look what I can do." He was actually trying to show them how to do the same thing. His message was, you can do the same thing, which is not what Christianity teaches. To Peter's credit, he was able to do it temporarily, but strong wind gusts caused him to lose faith, and he started to sink. The strong winds are both literal wind gusts and a metaphor for the thoughts and lack of concentration that disrupt the focus of meditation. But it was a deep meditation to implement the Hermetic principle of vibration. Again, Hermes is Mercury or Jehuti, from which you get the term Jedi. It comes from Jehuti. The Jed pillar, that's a DJED, is a very powerful symbol from ancient Egypt, and it represents the spine, which is related to Kundalini energy, which is the source of Jesus being associated with the number 33, since the human spine has 33 vertebrae. And once Kundalini reaches the top of the spine, one is said to open their pineal gland of the brain and achieve Christ consciousness. So you could say that the return of Christ could actually accurately be described as the return of the Jedi. So that was my thoughts, mostly provoked by that discussion/debate that you had. I was very interested. I just thought I'd share those in my...
Well, great thoughts as always. And Just a reminder to people, the 7 seals in Revelation are a reference to the 7 hermetic principles, and think about the term hermetically sealed. But yeah, awesome as always, Rambo. I appreciate it.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I've got a pretty interesting decode on the upcoming U.S. Open women's tournament. I want to share that with you.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, we can do a separate video this week, and you'll have the floor. So I'll send you a text message and see when's good for you.
All right. Can I say that really quick? The number 133 is the key number. Remember, Wimbledon was the 133rd Wimbledon. That's why you had Corey Goff, who was the big talking point. And her birthday was
March
13th March. So
right,
133 was the upcoming U.S. Open. It's the 139th U.S. Open, but women did not participate in the U.S. Open until 6 years later. So this is actually the 133rd U.S. Open for women.
Perfect. Huh.
And on October 28th, it is the 133rd anniversary of the dedication of the Statue of Liberty, which is a symbol of the sacred feminine. So the Statue of Liberty is part of the. It's actually part of the riddle. And remember Wendy Williams when she dressed up as the Statue of Liberty and she passed out. Remember that?
Right.
Yeah, that's actually part of the riddle.
Very interesting. All right, yeah, we'll do that then. Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Have a good night, friend. All right, take care.
Well, take it easy.
Okay. So Rambo, always something brilliant to say. Let's go out to South Carolina. South Carolina, you got the floor.
All right. What's up, Zach?
What's up?
Now, how you doing tonight? But I wanted to talk to you about 2 things. One, I saw a video on you yesterday. This guy named Ben Allen Sports made a video about Gematria and yada yada, we're crazy, and he was basically issuing a challenge that your videos are edited and you pick your games after the games. He's basically trying to call you a fraud. Like, he's another call from Uprising.
I don't know who this person is, but I mean, if I was a fraud, I obviously wouldn't have a big following. I mean, and also, I mean, I have the resume to prove what I've accomplished over the years. So, I mean, anyone calling me a fraud is essentially a fraud themselves and somebody who hasn't done any homework and essentially is a moron. And I don't need to say any more than that. I mean, I've proven my point way too many times to be called a fraud in 2019. So,
yeah, it's just a new up-and-coming YouTube guy.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
And then what's so funny is in his video, he actually used the calculator and found out that Julian Edelman was going to get MVP. And he was like, Zach's so good that how did he miss this? And I was just like, he actually did it and it worked, which was hilarious. It's like you're calling it bull crap, but you just did it.
Right. And it's not like we really missed it. I mean, we didn't really miss it. We showed exactly what it was right after it happened. I had my eye lasered in on number 26. I knew number 26 was going to have a big game for the Patriots. He had a nice alignment. He scored the only touchdown of the game. And he scored that touchdown at the 53rd minute of the game. And, of course, it was Super Bowl 53. So.
Yeah, I got a lot of money off that because I said he was going to have a good game. And, you know, he was the only person that scored a touchdown.
Right.
So, yeah, that's good. But yeah, it was. I just find it hilarious that he did it and then issued, you know, that you're going to be wrong about the next thing you do. It's going to be funny when, you know. The other thing is I was doing something on Bill Belichick for the up and coming game versus him and the Steelers. It's like, you mind if I talk about it or no?
Go ahead. We got 1 minute till the commercial break.
All right, but from his birthday to the game is 145 days, and Big Ben can get his 145th win. his record against the Patriots is 4-9, and the season starts on 9-5. If he wins, he'll become 5-9. Plus, Tom Brady to get his 71st loss, which the Steelers will get their 17th win all time, which is, the reflection of 71.
59 is the 17th prime. Pittsburgh equals 59 too, to go with that 59-17 riddle.
Yeah. That's all I got so far, though.
Okay, well, yeah, you're off to a good start. So oftentimes that's the way the riddles are. I still got to look at that game, but yeah, it looks like you're picking out some pretty significant numbers. So appreciate it, man.
Yep. All right. Appreciate you for teaching me to work, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night. All right, we'll be right back, everybody. Okay, so we're on the commercial break, interacting with the chat. Let's see, we got some sports decoding going on. I have to look into the Golan Heights comment. I didn't see, so I'm gonna have to figure out what you're talking about. Let's see. What's up, David? Let's see. Thank you for the compliment, human avatar. Appreciate it. Just scanning the chat here, looking for any questions. Young Dakota says, "How long till him?" Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're the sixth in line, Young Dakota. So be patient. If you got to go eat dinner, by the time you come back from dinner, we'll probably be ready. Yeah, that the website that calls itself Gematria Club is run by a fraud. That guy, he should have never started a for-profit Gematria service. He used to be kind of a troll on my blog, putting out wrong picks day after day, and then he started charging people for them. And I was like, God, I hope nobody's signing up for that. So, yeah, beware. Someone says they want to call, but it's not going to do them any good. Well, why don't you call in and find out? You don't know unless you try. Okay, we're coming back from the break here.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the #key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch TV. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority. This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We got 2 hours left. We're taking your calls the rest of the way. Next up is Texas. How are you, Texas?
Hey, Zach.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Yeah, good. I'm not mad at you. I don't get mad at you.
Well, that's good. You're not as active these days in the chat, though. I've noticed that.
Well, because I can't chat during a live stream because
that's not what I meant. I just mean I don't see your comments as much these days. That's what I mean.
Oh, I know. I have not been able to spend a whole lot of time on the computer lately.
Understood.
Because my dad's had some problems and I need to just focus on him for a while.
Got it.
But anyway, I wanted to say I'm really glad you're not going to Anarchadelphia. When the guy interviewed you, the host for Anarchadelphia, what I noticed about you was I have never seen you on an interview where you seem to be hesitant or not gathering your thoughts. I mean, usually you're just smooth as silk. When you're talking, it just comes out and it's easy and it just flows like a river. And with him, it was like you were getting stuck almost. And I had the weird feeling that he was doing that to you. It was just really strange.
Well,
I didn't like him at all.
Well, your analysis is dead on. It was the worst interview I ever did. And two things contributed to that. The way he was glaring at me through the computer, which is why I wasn't looking at the computer, because just the way he was looking at me felt weird, which I noticed in the beginning. Every time I looked up, he was looking at me the same way. So that was kind of creeping me out. And also, I was really tired that day. So that was the second contributing factor. But yeah, the way he was looking at me was weirding me out in real time. And it just seemed like he was like angry or something. I didn't know how to, it just didn't feel right. So yeah, that gave me a bad vibe.
He was focusing on you for sure, but he was focusing in a not good way.
Right.
That was the problem.
Right.
Yeah. He wasn't responsive. He was almost interjecting his will, is what I would call it.
Sure.
I'm really sensitive to energy, and his was not good. This was not good. And another thing I wanted to point out to you is, if I were you, I would have your water checked, because even in a small rural area, a lot of times they fluoridate the water. And unless you have a reverse osmosis filter, no other filter is going to take it out.
This is true.
If it's fluoridated, and if it's naturally fluoridated, they don't have to tell you that the fluoride is in there.
Right.
You have to ask them direct, does this contain any natural fluoridation whatsoever? And then find out the parts per million that it is. But, just check it out. I mean, it's worth it. I almost sent you some water test strips. I'm waiting for them to arrive so I can send them to you.
Sure.
Because that will really bring you down. It brings down your energy, and it makes your mind fuzzy. And, it's tasteless, odorless, and colorless. It's not like you're going to taste it in there. So it's important to check on that for you.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Anyway, I just wanted to call. Did you ever get those pictures that I sent you of the 33rd degree Master Mason shifting?
Did you send those through email?
Yeah. Yeah, I attached them to an email.
I do not believe I did see that email. If you want to send them again, I will look. I do appreciate that.
So much, I think you just get so much email that, you probably just didn't see them.
That's what happens.
But they are in there.
Okay.
And they were interesting. Yeah, they were very interesting. You got to know who you're dealing with.
Sure.
And if you're dealing with them, it's a whole different ballgame.
Sure.
But, yeah, I wanted to, the guy from Philadelphia, he said that happened on 42nd and Girard.
Right.
Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And Girard is 35, 37, 53, and 109 in the 4-base ciphers, which is a perfect match in all 4-base ciphers for divide, pariah, daring, and mirage.
Huh. Shooting is 37 and 109 as well, so that makes sense also.
Yeah. So, it was a perfect location for them to try and pull that off.
Right. Yeah, great observations.
There's one more thing. There's a website out there called Allatra, ALLATRA-TV. It's a Swedish channel. Pardon me. And they're going for the one united people, one government, one religion, thing.
Right.
And the head woman, and it goes a lot with not just prophecy, but psychic prophecy type stuff. And if you watch that full screen on a PC at 0.25, within the first 2 minutes, this woman sits up really straight. She's really beautiful. She sits up really straight and she looks directly at the camera and she shifts her eyes 3 times.
Huh.
It's just real amazing.
Interesting.
I mean, it's just she's putting it right out there, who and what she is. And I don't know, it's kind of spooky.
I'm going to have to look that up.
That obvious. Yeah, but that's a scary website. And because, they're doing everything for the New World Order type thing, but hitting it from the alternative media side.
Sure. Huh.
Yeah, so it's going to be really appealing to people who are, going for the esoteric side of things and the alternative side. I just love Rambo when he talks about, demonology. And my grandmother raised me when I was a little girl. She used to call me Yehudi Patootie. That was her nickname for me.
Huh.
I was a little know-it-all. Anyway, I love you and have a great show, and I'm looking forward to listening to the rest of it.
All right. Nice to hear your voice. And if you could please email me that again, I'd really appreciate it. I'll be sure to look for it this time. So thank you.
Okay, I will.
All right. Have a good night. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Clearwater, Florida. Thank you for your patience.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Zach. How you doing? Good evening.
Doing well. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, it's been a long time. It's been a long listening to you. I'm probably one of the only people that follow you that you didn't red pill to Gematria.
Yeah.
I would proud to say I would meet Gematria before you. I learned about Gematria in the continent of Africa.
Okay.
Believe it or not. But anyways, been observing everything that's been going on, and I had a couple of comments, and after we talk, I have a couple of questions for you to see what your opinions are on different subjects.
Okay.
But first of all, I want to tell everybody in the Gematria universe that we knowing this knowledge and having this knowledge, it's a beautiful thing, and you spreading this knowledge is even a more wonderful thing. You are like the Jesus of Gematria, baby. You're spreading the knowledge. You're getting a lot more people aware of this, but I just want to tell the people out there, you guys need to get over football. You know what I mean? You need to get over it. Okay, there's Gematria in football. You can recognize Gematria in football. You can red pill people and prove it to them using football, but you got to get over football. It's way bigger than football. There's a whole world out there. You sit in one room. You know what I'm saying? You got to look over. You got to get over football. It's Gematria communications going on all around us. And we are too focused on football and gambling and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? We got to get over there. You got to use that power for more constructive things than just study football and study the lies. You know what I'm saying?
I do hear you. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, you're on. I'm listening. You're right on with what you're saying. I'm listening.
Yes, sir. And then another thing is Trump. Trump is aware of Gematria, which you're aware of, and which everybody's aware of. He's in the club, so Trump is part of our Gematria world. But in the Gematria world, and in the world in general, Trump is getting from all sides. And I feel, as a Trump supporter myself, which I know you're gonna hold against me, I feel like you should get on board with Trump. He's the ultimate outsider. He's like you. He's like Jesus. He's the ultimate Jesus guy. He's the ultimate scapegoat. And I think we should get behind him and help him out because he's trying to expose the same people we're trying to fight. Don't you see that? Trump is trying to fight the same people we're fighting. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Even if you don't support or go by everything Donald Trump says and how he conducts himself, or how he talks, how brash he is, I think this guy is awesome. You know what I'm saying? The guy acts like me if I was president. But don't you think we should get behind him as he's fighting the same scum and trying to cleanse the same and drain the swamp? I mean, with the Epstein thing. When have you ever seen a billionaire go to jail? I mean, the man is draining the swamp. He's coming with the people behind us. When have you ever seen a billionaire go to jail? When have you ever seen a billionaire and his buddies and royalty get them covered for all their wrongful deeds?
Are we talking about Epstein?
Yeah, with Epstein and all that stuff in the news. When have you ever seen that happen? So you know that's to show you, a proof to you that Trump is on our side, not on their side. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got to disagree with this analysis. Also, I just got to point out that he wasn't really a billionaire after all. They said his assets were worth $577 million, so he was a half billionaire. He was halfway there.
577 million this day and age is good enough to hang with any royalties and presidents and buy the whole of Congress. You know that. You know what I'm saying? 577 is good. But so does that prove that Trump is draining the swamp?
No,
Trump is the one that
I wouldn't say so. I think Trump is the swamp personally, and I think he's no different than anybody who's been in that office before him. So I gotta disagree on this perspective that you have. I mean, Donald Trump right now is going along with the entire agenda. He's going along with disarming Americans, building the surveillance state, taking away rights, serving Israel, serving the banks, the corporations. I don't see.
With Israel. Okay, yeah, with the Israel thing. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. But with the Israel thing, why does everybody think Trump is in with Israel? I mean, Israel, we love the country of Israel. We love the good people of Israel. We love Jewish people. But the thing is that the cabal, the scum on the top that's controlling the people, those are the ones Trump is against. And those are the ones he's fighting. So he loves the people of Israel. He will go to the wall and pray with the people. He will say he loves the people of Israel. But that doesn't mean he's in bed with the scum that's ruling Israel. You know what I mean? With his policies and the way he's working and the way he's moving, you can tell Trump is going to Israel last. That's going to be his last stop of taking over. He's gone to Saudi Arabia, all the way to from Saudi Arabia to North Korea, and now he comes to Iran. After he cleans out Iran, he's gonna finish up in Israel and clean up Jerusalem and Tel Aviv.
Well,
so, I think Trump is the right man for the.
I got to say, I mean, I think he's pretty tight with Israel. He went over there for Jerusalem Day, wore the yarmulke, he declared it the eternal Jewish city. He allowed his face to be on a shekel to raise money for the third temple. I mean, I don't know how you could say he's not tight with Israel. So.
Yeah, he's tight with Israel, but it's the cabal that we've got to flush out.
Well, Israel is the cabal. Israel is the cabal. So.
Yeah, the people that run Israel is the cabal. You're right, but he's going to clean out Israel. History is going to prove that what I'm saying is true. We're going to watch and see. But what I'm trying to tell you is, have you ever heard of this guy named Cereal Brain 2?
I have. He's part of the Q movement.
Yeah, but this guy Cereal Brain 2. I mean, you impress me, Zach, but this guy impressed me just as much. He's equally just as smart as you are, and he's equally just as talented. I think you should give him a little bit more attention and a little bit more open-mindedness, don't you think?
Well, you could. I guess I could be more open-minded about Q, but from what I've seen about Q, it gave me a bad flavor. It told people to sit back and enjoy the show, and I just think that's the wrong message. Plus, it's catering to the political machine, and I also think that's wrong. So, I have a follower who every day is sending me every single thing that Serial Brain 2 does. So it's just a click away. But yeah, I hear you.
Okay, well, so how do you feel? How do you feel about the swamp being drained? Do you think the swamp is being drained, or do you think everything is staying the same?
It's the same. Look at who's in administration. I mean, it's all the people that have been in past presidential administrations. I don't see anything different. I mean, who's sitting at all the important positions? Corporatists, people who've been in other White House administrations. What's different?
Yeah, well, but you ever heard of the Brofmans from the Secret Gen people?
Tell me more about it.
Yeah, the Brofmans, they're the heir to the Secret Gen. Claire Brofman is the heir to the Secret Gen. And the Attorney General of New York City just got fired over the Nexium trials. She got indicted. She got convicted. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna get convicted and probably gonna get sent to jail. And Trump signed an executive order in 2017 that said that if you're involved in any of child trafficking, human rights abuses, and anything like that, all your assets get frozen. So basically, Trump is taking the assets. I mean, you got to look into it. He's taking the assets of a lot of people, Epstein included, the Brofmans included. He's taking a lot of the assets of the Rothschild family. Have you ever heard of the Pacer family?
Tell me more about it. No, that's another one for me. I don't know.
Yeah, the Pacer family comes from Marie Antoinette. When they had the French Revolution in France, Marie Antoinette had a son, and her son got snuck to London and eventually got snuck to North Carolina through their cousins and all the other royals, you know what I'm saying? But settled in North Carolina. And this was in the 1800s. So these people, the Pacer, which is the son of Marie Antoinette, the heir to the French dynasty, took over America, and they basically started Alabama and states like that. They basically had all the railroads and all the banks. If you go back, if you read the 13 Bloodlines of the Illuminati, that book, the Pacer is the common denominator in that book that everybody's working for. Basically, if you get a Rothschild and the Rockefellers and the Morgans, they all work for the Pacer. This Pacer family is the family that Trump has been fighting. As a matter of fact, one of the Pacers goes back and forth with Trump on Twitter all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. That's interesting.
The family owns all the banks. Yeah, you got to look into it. It's the biggest secret out there. It's the biggest red pill thing out there. The Pacer. You have to know about the Pacer to know about the power structure to really understand what's going on in the United States.
Okay, I'll look into it. Yeah, that's a new name for me.
Yeah, that's a good one. And then again, what do you think about Tesla? This thing with Tesla, me and my friend have been going back and forth researching this thing about Tesla and Trump. Because Tesla said back in the day he had a time machine. You know, he said he had a time machine. He said he had made a time machine because he had many inventions. I mean, we're still living in the Tesla dynasty. We're still using the electric. He invented the electric engine that we're still using right now. He the electric engine and everything uses electricity. He invented a light bulb, you know what I'm saying? Tesla, we're still using Tesla. But Tesla said he had free energy. He had free energy where you can get, and my friend boasts that he's seen a car that you can get gas in the car just like you get Wi-Fi. You just connect to Wi-Fi, you connect to gas. So they have that kind of technology. And Tesla says he had a time machine. And you know the person the FBI sent in there to check out Tesla's books and stuff, it was Trump's uncle,
right?
Dr. Trump.
Right.
Dr. John Trump was the one who went in there to check out all Tesla stuff. He could have taken anything he wanted. He could have seen anything he wanted. And he was working on time. He was working on time travel himself with Tesla because he was a Tesla's understudy. So all these people were intertwined. And if there's a time machine in there somewhere, which is looking like there is, if you follow the Q movement, the Q people are moving like they have. The Q movement is like military intelligence, like some advanced stuff. It's almost like they have a time machine, these people. So if you look into all this and you look into the history and you watch Back to the Future, watch Back to the Future and the Trump and the 88, you know what I'm saying? 88 miles an hour. You gotta look at all that stuff, man, and be like, whoa, somebody has a time machine around this motherfucker. And Trump might be the guy that has the time machine. If you had a time machine, wouldn't you go back in time and become president, or go in the future or something? Come on, man. We've got to fucking think outside the box and think outside of football and start using that gematria for what the promise that you, Zach, has put out there. You have to start using it as fulfilling that promise. You have to let the disciples start fulfilling your promise.
Well, I mean, football's a small percentage of the amount I focused on. You know, I was showing people all along the way that it seemed like the whole thing was rigged for Trump. And I started showing people that in 2015. So, you know, Trump had the election rigged for him, which is how it's always done, which is also part of what makes me think he's part of the call ball. But I do appreciate you calling in and giving a contrary opinion. And I'm going to look into some of those names you gave me tonight. So I do appreciate it, friend. And you call us back soon.
Appreciate you for the time.
All right, you take care. Have a good night.
All right, Trump 2020, but Trump 2020, people. Don't forget.
Okay.
Don't forget to vote.
All right. All right. It was only fair to get the big Trump supporter on here on 21/8, the big Trump day. So that was fitting. Let's go out to Moses Lake, Washington.
Hey, Zach.
Yes. Hello.
Hey, this is Moses Lake. I just want to say thank you for pinning my comment on your video where you wanted some advice on where to put billboards. I think I-90 would be a great place.
Right. It was a great comment.
Yeah, but I guess why I'm calling is I was playing that video and listening, and all of a sudden a call to make cartoon Baphomets that take shite called in. And I was kind of appalled by the way he was acting. I have followed both of you now for probably a little over a year. And when he called in, immediately now I dropped him. I dropped him as a sub. I want to apologize for him because he was a jerk too. I don't even know who he is literally, but anybody that has a call to create cartoon Baphomets taking shite and calling you a narcissist, when I've been watching you for over a year, you are who you are. You're just cool and calm. Okay?
Most of the time.
Hyper, you don't.
Most of the time. Sometimes I get angry and aggressive, but I try to stay mellow. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I noticed that about you because I'm like a high-strung person where my husband's mellow like you, okay? So I can totally relate when I'm watching your videos, you know, but he was calling you a narcissist. And then when he started getting into this stuff about, oh, you stoned, okay, that's what really pissed me off. Call for a person that needs to draw little Baphomets taking shite. If you're watching this video, I think you're appalling. Zach has in no way asked me to call in and voice my opinion. He's never sat there and purposely made videos of anybody that I've seen so far. But for what you did, that was low. So do us all a favor, go back and just continue making your little cartoon Baphomets and stay away from Zach and all of us because we really don't want to hear your crap, okay? And I know you're listening because you're probably following every single video now after that video, okay? But just go away, okay? And leave Zach and our community alone, okay? Because if you don't want to get on board, that's your thing. It is what it is. But you know what? Leave us alone, okay? And get rid of your little Baphomets. Anyhow.
Sure. So to his credit, he's a lot better than he used to be. You said you've been following us for both about a year. I've lost track of time. I shouldn't say our following out. Our first interaction, you heard about what happened. I was doing my radio show just like this on a Wednesday night. And when I got off, I went on his live stream because him and his co-host were making fun of me. And anyway, we got into a debate and he made himself look bad to his own audience. So he quit YouTube for a month and then he came back and made an hour and 20-minute video with all these slanders about me. And when I responded to that, he put out a few more videos. And one of the videos he put out, was just, it's the creepiest video that was ever made. It sounded like he was in like some kind of like I don't even know how to, but anyway, he was just talking about how he wanted to murder me and he wanted to see the blood all over the place. And I was like, how is anyone going to follow this guy anymore after listening to this video? But somehow he still had a following. So anyway.
Well, that kind of comment just kind of backs up his little cartoon Baphomet taking a shite.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's the kind of stuff that he's promoting. I'm sorry. I know he's probably listening. I look so down on you. If you could see my thumbs right now, they're down. I don't flip people off on the highway anymore. You know why? Why bother? I do a thumbs down. It actually infuriates them more than the finger anymore.
Sure.
So thumbs down to you, Mr. Call for creating cartoon Baphomet. Like I said, just leave us alone. We know what we're doing here. Zach knows what he's doing. He's trying to show us and teach us. And there's a lot to say about the letters by numbers. I mean, Sting even did a song, okay?
Right.
I liked it back in the 80s. Now I know.
Oh, caller, the music's coming on. We'll be right back, everybody. Sit tight. Apologies, caller. We got cut off. Okay, we're on the short commercial break. I'm reading the chat messages through my phone. Let's see here. Somebody says I look like Woody Allen at times. That's funny. Let's see. Whenever I read the comments, I just wish, you know, the world didn't have trolls. I don't know what it is about people trolling online. It's just like, I guess misery loves company. So did the Tigers win tonight? I see a lot of people talking about the Tigers. Justin Verlander was pitching tonight against his old team. Off topic, is MJK of Tool Crowley related? Oh, Maynard James Keenan. I don't know, but I know that the drummer for that band, Danny Carey, years ago, he said that he studied satanic geometry, and that's how he came up with his drum beats. And I thought that was interesting. And they talk about using mathematics in their music. So a Merkaba. I forget what that word means. I know I've read about that in the past. Merkaba. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Someone said, do I know what a Merkaba is? Jamal Williams says, I'm new here. Can you explain what I'm watching? Well, this is the Wednesday night call-in show, so what you're watching is different people call in with what's on their minds. My typical videos are, you know, about a code that's used every day to script news, sports, and more. All right, we're coming back from the commercial right now. All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We're at the midway point. We got an hour and a half left. Our caller got interrupted in Moses Lake, Washington, so I'm going to let her finish her thought. Then we'll go out to your calls. We got Vegas, California, Arizona, Flint, Michigan, California, New York City, Florida, Philadelphia, Connecticut up next. But Moses Lake, you got the floor again to finish. You were interrupted.
Hey, so I was just reading some of the comments. I know I'm not a bootlicker, so get off that one. And if you think I sound like a mom that's going after somebody because they bullied my kids,
just ignore those trolls in the chat. Just ignore them. When I made the comment a second ago about trolls, that's exactly what I was talking about.
No, but I'm gonna put that out there. I saw it, and you know what? And you know what? Maybe people need to start saying things and speaking up. Once you guys have some balls, you trolls. Anyhow.
Well, you're right about that. They don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This just went into a weird call. So, but anyhow, Zach, you guys have a great evening, and even you two trolls, you have a good evening. Okay.
No thumbs down, huh? But yeah.
Okay, thumbs down, trolls, but thumbs up. Thumbs up. Just done that. Hit it on my done checklist. Okay. Hit thumbs up, you guys. But yeah, thumbs down, you guys, the trolls.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
So anyway, I do appreciate you calling in, and thank you so much. And sorry about the trolls. I notice anytime a woman gets on, there's always some troll that has to make some comment, which is sad to see. But again, these are ballless creatures. You said it. So stay strong out there, friend. Appreciate your voice. And have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Yeah, trolls are something else. They're just relentless. They always got to come up with something negative to say. Let's go out to Nevada.
Yeah, what's up, Zach? So I just want to start off by talking about the guy that talks about Trump. And I have to say I disagree severely, and I think that believing that is like believing in total fantasy. You know, sometimes, you know, there's things that are true and there's things that you want to believe, and I think that's just more of like a fantasy. You want to believe that Trump is on our side, but I mean, come on, there's not a single president or person in the government in the history of the United States is on the people's side. I mean, and I hate to put it that way, but it's the truth. You know, and that's what I stand by. I stand by truth. And the truth is the government, anybody in the government is not on your side. You know, the government is here to enslave us, and that's just the way it is, point blank and period. You know, and there's no exception. Donald Trump is not an exception to that rule. You know?
Well, just to interject, I didn't interrupt him a lot. I let him talk, but he used stories in the mainstream that have been these stories by the numbers, which are just contrived propaganda to justify that Donald Trump's doing something in the world. I'm thinking, so you're taking pretty much the tabloid news stories as your evidence that something positive is happening in the world? I mean, Nexium, this company or whatever that name was, I mean, who even cares? Who even heard about that before the media brought it up? These aren't things that affect real people's lives. So...
Right, exactly. You know, but you know, and that's the thing. But anyway, last week I was talking about martial law and how like I said, the military and the government and the police, they're swarming in, they're moving in closer. You know, and as a matter of fact, they're so close now that I think this place, America, is on lockdown now. It's officially, well, it's probably been for a while now, but I think we're already on lockdown. You know, and there's like little as probably nothing that we can do. And the final step to them completely controlling America is taking away the guns, you know, and then that ruins a complete chance of any type of rebellion or any type of thing like that. once they seize those guns away, and they're trying to push people to the breaking point where they want to give in. They want to say, okay, you know, they want to look to the police and military to protect you, but you know, they're not here to protect you. You know, they're here to control. They're here to carry out this agenda. You know, and if they've already been carrying out the agenda, but I think we're at our wit's end. You know, I was just feeling that way, man. You know, because I mean, you've been pushing out this Gematria, and you know, we've been pushing out truth for years and years and years, and it's like still somehow when another, the government and military police dumb down more people than we can get to and deliver the truth, you know. And sometimes it gets kind of like hard, and you just want to give up and say, dude, is there any hope for humanity? You know, it's like people still don't get it. All the truth we're pushing out, it's like people still don't understand what's going on. You know, people still calling in saying that, you know, the government is on our side and stuff. I mean, come on, dude, it's too late to throw all this nonsense. You know, I mean, how are we ever going to rebel and people still don't get it? They don't get it.
Well, it's not ever going to be everybody. It's going to have to be a critical mass. I've read that it takes 20% of a group to change the opinion of the other 80%. So we just got to continue to build our numbers, and then hopefully it'll be a tidal wave of changing minds and consciousness. So you got to maintain the hope, though. You got to maintain a level of hope. But yeah, I do hear you, man, and I battle with the same frustrations. It's like, what is it going to take? I mean, and to me, it always comes back to September 11th, because I'm always like, how did people see through September 11th? And then just what they do in the skies every day. I'm just like, how don't people see what they're doing, spraying these skies? I mean, planes don't do tiptoe patterns every day, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so bad now. I mean, just recently, actually, man, like, one of my best friends, you know, he's pulling up to his sister's house, and next thing you know, all these freaking cops just start storming him, and they pull him out of his car, and they have him in cuffs, you know, and his sister comes out, and she's screaming, she's like, what the fuck is going on? And the officer's like, calm down, man. He looks like a suspect, you know, and it's like, what do you mean? Just because you look like somebody or look like a suspect, you just immediately pull him over and put him in handcuffs and put them on the hood of a car and make them look like fools, you know? And it turned out they had the wrong guy. You know, my friend wasn't the guy they were looking for, you know? And it's like, you know, I see stuff like that. And then just the other day, I'm walking down the street in my neighborhood, and dude, I promise you, on every single block, there was a cop. There's either somebody pulled over or there was cops patrolling the block. You know, I'm sitting at the bus stop waiting for the bus, and, you know, I almost thought the cop was going to pull me over, you know? You know, and then you get on the bus and you see a armed security guard. You know, it's like, dude, like, what is this world coming to? You know, freaking armed security and on the freaking bus, you know?
Sure. And the airport, I mean, the airport's ridiculous ever since post 9/11. All the security checks, the big long lines, taking off your shoes. I mean, all this stuff's a joke, really. It's like, we're all doing this for a joke. That's not even what happened on 9/11. We're all having to get naked and go through the x-ray machine, and it's a joke, man. Exactly. And we're getting normalized to the surveillance security state. So yeah, you're right on, caller. But don't let it depress you too much. You got to stay strong and just say, like, okay, I see what's wrong. I've been given the gift to see what's wrong, so I have to keep being a part of the solution until we reach that tipping point. At least that's the mentality I take every day. So
absolutely, man. I do take that approach, you know. You know, I still tell people about the knowledge that I've been given, and, you know, the knowledge that you give, you know, and then I take that knowledge and, you know, memorize it myself, and then give it to others and help them eventually wake up into their, you know, state of consciousness where they can be aware of what's going on. And I do those things, and it's like, you know, that's what really keeps me going, man. It's just understanding that there's things to be done here, you know, on this planet, you know, spreading this knowledge gives purpose, and it gives calling, and it gives I think it's a part of the great work, that we're all here to do, is to spread this knowledge, and you know, and really communicate that with each other. And because I think that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a group effort, but a lot of times, you know, especially with the truth community, what I noticed is that a lot of the time people butt heads a lot in the truth community because, you know, you have a lot of people thinking one person's smarter than the other and this and that. You know, I see a lot of that going on in the truth community a lot, you know?
Sure,
and
sure.
It's because, you know, I don't know if it's like an ego thing or it's like,
well, it is. That's exactly what it is.
know?
That's the word. It's an ego thing. So ego is a real problem.
Yeah.
But yeah. Friend, I got to keep it moving because we got a long line. But you are right. There needs to be more cooperation in the truth community. And it's funny.
Yeah, all right, Jack.
All right, man. All right, take care. Have a good night. Young Dakota, are you there?
Yeah. Hey, Zach. Here, I'm gonna see if I can make this call. I think I can right before dinner. Well, I mean, I just like to thank you for you know, saying all this stuff about the soda and everything. I think I've given it up. At least I, you know, try not to drink it. And you know, I was at the sleepaway engineering camp for 2 weeks, and there was a girl, and she had a glass of Gatorade and another glass of Pepsi at each meal, 3 times a day. And I told her, you know, the amount of sugar that she was ingesting. And she was just like, yeah, you know, I'm at risk for diabetes. And it's just like, you know, you give the people information about it, and they're just too lazy to do anything. And I mean, I think it's the same thing about all the gematria and everything, and, you know, about the gun grab and all, you know, the morals of society deteriorating. They just never do anything at it. They just keep going along the same road. And, you know, it's frustrating. Nobody really seems focused on it. They're focused on, you know, giving the government more control about everything, because that's obviously the solution, pouring more tax money into it. I'm just sick of it, man.
Well, hey, you're a young man, so stay strong too. I'm glad to hear you quit drinking the soda. That's gonna do wonders for you as you get older, because it really is. Sugar's a real addiction. So the girl you're talking about, she's probably already addicted to sugar. Plus, it's just become part of her comfort and just part of her normal routine. So she probably doesn't want to think about, you know, giving it up. But what was the other thing you just said that I wanted to comment on? You said, go ahead. Oh,
so like other stuff.
I remember now what you said, how people just like want to keep doing the same thing. In my 4 years of undergrad, if I could boil down the most important thing that I took away from, for people who don't know, I went to business school. I was an accounting major. And anyway, but the most important thing that I took away in my 4 years was one of these professors I had. He described something as called cow path theory. And he said, if you pay attention to a cow learns a certain way to go, you know, to the water and then back to the barn or whatever the cow does. And they learn that path, and they'll always take that same path, even if there's a much better route they could take. Just the way they learn to do it the first time, that's the way they always stick with. Even if you pay attention, it's just a completely nonsensical path that they go in. And he said, the reality is, he said, human beings are no different. Once they learn to do something a certain way, most people will just always stay on that path, even though they could improve that path probably every single day. And he made the point to us to say, you know, don't be the cow path theory person, or don't be the cow path person, you know, improve the path. Don't be a cow. And when he said that, I just started to think about people in my life, and I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I got to remember so that I don't fall into that trap. But yeah, what you're describing, it just reminds me of that. It's like people learn to do things a certain way, believe a certain way, and then they just stick with it because it's easy, I guess.
Right. Yeah. You know, it's just like everybody at my school is completely brainwashed. I don't think there's any hope for them. But I think the way to do it is, you know, like to try to get some people to, you know, start realizing it is, you know, to be reasonable. I mean, if you're just peddling out with a bunch of gematria and like saying everything's like a false flag, you're not going to really get everyone over to your side. You know, but if you mention, you know, how the what's it called, the pharmaceutical company, you know, buy out the government. That's why they have all the subsidies going to these products, and that's why there's all this unhealthy stuff in food. And you start, you know, get them onto a path that way. I feel like that's a much better way to, you know, kind of connect to people and to make a difference. You know, same thing goes with guns or the gun grab and, you know, all this other stuff. What's it called? You know, I finished reading The Great Gatsby, and I guess it's like, you know, also money, you know, you get all this money and you know, don't have, you think that the money is going to get you everything, but it really doesn't. So, you know,
well, you're right on. You must have read The Great Gatsby for school, or did you read that in your free time?
That's just my take on it. Yeah. Well, I mean, basically, it's like this guy Gatsby. You know, he's like, you know, if I make all this money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had to read that in school back in the day.
But then he realizes the same as, you know, when you eat sugar, you know, it tastes good. The drawback is that, you know, so.
Right. All right, friend. Well, I don't want to make you too late to dinner. Thanks for being patient, and good to hear your voice, and keep the chin up. And yeah, it's tough being awake, because that's what I told you when you first started calling in. I mean, weren't you 14 years old when you first started to call this show? Oh, shoot. He got off. He had to go to dinner. But I'm pretty sure he was 14 when he first started calling. I told him back then, I said, you know, you're way ahead of the curve, and you might find it frustrating growing up that a lot of people aren't awake and they don't want to wake up. So I don't even think he's 16 yet. He might be 16 by now. He's somewhere around there. But yeah, it's not easy being awake always, especially as a young person. So that said, let's go out to Arizona. How are you, friend?
Hey, brother. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for calling.
Speaking of young Dakota, it's cool, you know, getting to hear him, and like you can just tell he's growing up, like right before our eyes or our ears.
Yeah, his voice is a lot lower now, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah, and you can see like he's now he's got an opinion now, you know,
right?
Just from experience. But man, could you imagine being what he's exposed to at that age, Zach?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. So
this is powerful. This stuff is powerful. You know what you've exposed, and I was basically calling tonight just to say I'm excited about the website, because then we can connect. I mean, you know, we connect, you know, 8, 10, 15 people in our communities, and we do that, you know, 20 or 30 states. They're a sweat, man. And they can't stop us then, because there's no, you don't have to worry about not infiltrating anything. You're not going to infiltrate our group of people. It doesn't happen.
Right.
And it doesn't take that much. I mean, so I don't know. I'm just excited about that. But speaking of the AI stuff, you talked about that today, right?
AI, artificial intelligence?
Yes, sir.
I'm actually not sure if we talked about it today or not, but anyway, what's going on?
Yeah, you did in one of your videos. You were talking about your your girl and how
it listens to us.
Aretha Franklin fan.
Right. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I got a story. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to my buddy Johnny out there in New York on his phone, right? Well, you know, his other buddy, Big D, you know, he's an ex-military guy, and I know he knows a lot about firearms. So he took Johnny's phone, and me and him were talking about questions I had about a particular firearm I was thinking about purchasing, you know? And then later that night, he calls me back and he's like, hey man, I just want to let you know, like, when I went to my phone, this is Big D, and I guess he went into his, I don't know if it's his YouTube account or whatever. It was like all this stuff about that particular firearm we were talking about. And he's like, I've never even researched that. I don't even have, that weapon or anything, right? So right away. So,
yeah.
So anyway, that same night, like my wife was getting ready for bed, right? And she's in the bathroom. And I'm in there and I'm telling her this story about Big D and how she's like, oh yeah, that's kind of weird. Then she goes into the bathroom and closes the door, right? And when she goes into her Facebook account, he shows up, his face pops up. First thing. Like she's never like messaged him or whatever. I don't have a Facebook account, so I don't know how all that works, but it's his voice, obviously. It's picking up voice.
Right.
Not only facial, but voice and everything.
Right. And that was her phone, but because you guys were having the conversation in the same area, her phone overheard. I see, huh? That's crazy.
And that's what I told her. I said, if there's a conversation, you don't want someone to hear or everyone to hear, I said, that phone needs to be out of the room. And I don't care if it's on or off. It's still going to listen. It can't be in the same room.
Right. Yeah, it's like the tech companies just have an open ear at all times as long as your device is around you. And the tech companies might as well be the government. So, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, we know what's going on, man. But, thanks for everything you do. And I want this thing to grow into something bigger. I'm willing to, travel to Phoenix or wherever, that's not a problem with me. Just if we can all consistently like get something, like you said, you train, like we all are like animals, right? We're trained to do a certain thing. We just need to do that. Like if we can systematically like do it all at the same time and just do that, whether it's once a month or however often we can get together and do it, but you just got to do it, man.
Sure.
Because we know what it will take.
Sure.
It takes enough people like us. There's other, see, and that's what I know. There's other people out there like us, Zach. We know that are willing to listen to this and see it for what it is. That's where it could become dangerous to them. We don't need half the people or anything. They'll follow eventually.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. What I'm envisioning is
Johnny.
Go ahead.
Huh?
I was just going to say what I was envisioning with the website is once it's established and people start to network and find out some people in their community, we could start like doing things like maybe there's a big event in the world and we say, all right, let's get together in our community and let's go out and let's do like a public display and just try to get the word out a little bit. And maybe if in 50 different communities, there's a handful of people that go out and try to spread the word, maybe it just creates some sort of ripple effect. Somebody calls in, I think they call it the 12th monkey effect or something. But just try some things like that to build the numbers and help get the word out. And if we have a group of people to do it with, then it feels more comfortable than going out and doing it all by ourselves. So kind of my thought.
No doubt, man. I mean, I want to hear, like I was telling Johnny Stash tonight, I said, I want to hear people in our community, like not just you, Johnny, or me talk about it. I want to hear other people starting to talk about it. See, and that's where it becomes, now we know, because before you expose it, what do you think? A couple thousand people in the world knew about how this whole thing, this whole scheme is being operated on us every day?
Probably something like that.
Yeah. Many, more than that, probably. Now, probably, a couple million people may have even heard of this.
Sure.
At least heard this word. Before that, nobody even heard the word, what the hell it was.
Sure.
That tells you how much under control we are and how little we really know, man. And dude, I just appreciate you for exposing it, man. I mean, so yeah, I mean, you got a bigger movement, I think, than sometimes we really realize. When we sit back, we're like, nah, this is a powerful group of people. Right. It is. They don't want it to get any bigger, though.
Right. Indeed.
Well, hey, man, talk at you later. Great show.
Appreciate it, friend. Have a good night.
Later.
Yeah, take care, man. Yeah, so earlier in the video today, I did a video on my YouTube channel, and I talked about how the other day I was talking to my girl about the song Aretha Franklin, Do Right, and then I started to do a search on YouTube, and I just typed in AR moments later. I was starting to write something, and it went right away to Aretha Franklin, Do Right, and I was like, really? After typing in AR, it knew that that's what I wanted out of all the things I could have searched for with AR, and I just talked about it. So I was like, YouTube is definitely listening, and it's impacting the search results. And then now he's saying the same thing. with the gun conversation, and I'm sure everybody's had experiences like that, but it just really does show that these devices, even when you're not using them, if they're around you, they are listening and taking in information. And again, these tech companies have contracts with the government to create the surveillance technology that's being used. Amazon, for example, has a massive contract to build the facial recognition technology. And, you know, just the other day, you got the article about how, yes, I mean, the mainstream media is even putting out there, yes, your Amazon Alexa really is listening to your conversations and in real time giving all of that information to the tech companies. And then in the article, they say the reason that they're doing that is so that they can further improve their artificial intelligence. And just think about that. All this technology is being used to essentially replace the things that human beings have traditionally done. Talk to lawyers graduating out of college right now. They're frustrated. They never would have went into law school because now they can't find a job because their job has been replaced by AI. And now the wages are down. So it's like, you know, everything's a dual-edged coin or a dual-edged sword. And this technology AI. Oh, hold on. We'll be right back, you guys. It's commercial. Okay, so we're on the break. The only way I know how to interact with the chat now is by going on my phone. I see that someone gave a super chat. Thank you. They asked a question. He said, which MSM source should we watch? Is every MSM deception? What are key mainstream medias to track? Honestly, I think all the mainstream media is deception. And for what to track, in your question, I assume you mean like the way I track it and kind of expose the propaganda. I can do that with any of the cable news outlets. I tend to pick on CNN more than the other ones, but they all do the same thing. The whole point of my work is to show people that the mainstream media is essentially the fourth branch of government, and it's the propaganda wing, the programming, the mind control wing to keep people thinking the way Big Brother wants them to think. And, you know, ultimately my goal is to wake people up to the agenda that we're living under, which to me, to describe the agenda in simple bullet points is, by the way, people who keep calling the 509 number, that is not the number to call tonight. It's the 213 number. I've gotten like 1,000 phone calls on the 509 number over the course of the show. I understand the confusion, but on Wednesday nights, it's the 213 number. Remember that. But the bullet points of the agenda, you know, it's essentially control the people, you know, water down the people, take the talent from the people, you know, make the people cookie cutter people, people that the state wants, people that, you know, bow down to authority, follow rules, don't question, don't really use critical thinking skills, and just go along with the agenda. You know, people that will gladly hand over their children to the military, to whatever the New World Order agenda is. And in addition to that, I mean, there's other terrible things too. You know, the agenda seems to be to destroy the planet as well. I mean, look at what's going on in the world. Look at all of the environmental pollution. Look at the toxins in the sky, the air. Look at all the recent health developments in younger children. And it doesn't seem to be that there's any sign that the power structure wants to curb these problems or address these problems. So essentially, my mission in trying to persuade other people is to just stop all of this in the tracks. You know, stop this federal government, you know, stop this mainstream media, and start to live a better way and a freer way. And of course, there's a lot to it, but mainstream media, not the thing. I'll have to look up the September 20th Storm Area 51 thing. I don't know off the top of my head, but I will look that up. And we're coming back from the break here.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
We have to create culture. Don't watch. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question 30. This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We got an hour left, and we have Jonathan with us. Jonathan, I hear you. There's some extra noise coming through. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yeah, what's going on?
Okay. Not much, man. How you doing?
Doing well.
That's good. That's good. I took a little break off the Patreon, but I'll be back. I'll be back by Friday. I just took a summer break because I was overwhelmed with numbers, you know.
Sure. No, I get it, man. That's a good thing to do. It's good to take a break.
Yeah, I just took a summer break. I'll be back Friday though. I just wanted to talk about hip hop a little bit. You know, like I don't. If people have noticed, there's a lot of rappers named Baby now, and I just wanted to point out that one of the reasons why I think there's all these rappers named Baby is because the N-word, Nigger, equals 30, just like the word baby.
That's a good observation.
And absolutely. And it's just, it has to be like, that goes to show you that these rappers are being named, because like out of all the names in the world, you know, why not come up with something creative? You know, why do you have to have the baby, you know, enter your name? It's because these rappers are being named.
Sure.
So I was looking at it and I was like, well, you have Baby, you got Lil Baby, The Baby, you got Baby Bash, Big Baby Drum, Baby Soldier, Haiti Baby, Baby Gas. I mean, there's so many. Every other third rapper is named Baby now. Baby Goth.
Sure. Sure.
It's just crazy. You know, Sada Baby. You got, and I'm just going off the top of my head. Young Baby Tay. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, hey, so just to add to your 30 list, that's a really good observation. So baby sums to 30. So does the N-word. So does the word slavery. So does Tuskegee. So there's some more to that 30 list. They did a ritual with Tiger Woods like 30 days from his 42nd birthday. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. But yeah, that 30 is another number that's coded into, I guess, the subtle racism, if you will. So yeah, great observation.
Exactly. And I remember years ago, you were talking about, just to switch subjects, you were talking about Amari Cooper. When he was, I think when he was with the Raiders, he wore the number 89.
Uh-huh.
And you were talking about that number, the number 89, as related to something to do with racism. But at this time, you know, I guess you couldn't put it all together, but I've noticed a lot too with that number 89.
It's the 11th Fibonacci number. Black equals 11. Michael Brown was shot that day, August 9th, 8-9.
Yeah, there's a lot to that. For example, Rick Ross, he came out with this album called Port of Miami 2, and it came out on 8-9.
Okay.
And the first Port of Miami came out on 8-9, 2006. So it was, what was that, 13 years later? Is that right? Yeah, 13 years later.
Right.
So there's something to that number 89, and Amari Cooper wears the number 89. And oh, it's funny that you said black because remember that Rick Ross sacrificed his manager, and his manager's name was Black.
Right. That's right. Also, the other thing about 89 is it's the 11th Fibonacci number. It's also the 24th prime number, and 24, of course, is the reflection of 42. So.
Right, and that part about Rick Ross sacrificing his manager, they call him Black Bo. That part is in your book. And it's interesting with these numbers, man. I'm completely I'm fascinated by these numbers, but I had so many numbers going in my head. I just had to take a summer break off really just off the sports decodes.
Sure.
Because it takes a lot of patience, you know. But I'll be back for football season. You know, I'll be ready for the NFL preview too.
I'll tell you what, the preseason, we figured out the preseason is rigged really straightforward with the coaches' records. If the coaches' record can hit what the opponent's team name is, it's been going that way perfectly in the preseason. We're like, wow, they're even rigging the preseason games this way. It's the first year I've ever paid attention to the preseason games like this. So.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
So what are some of your early thoughts on the NFL season here?
Well, I got a lot of thoughts right now, but yeah, I'm still finishing up all my homework, so yeah, I'm gonna save it.
Well, I was looking at a blog you made, and there are a lot of interesting things with New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I heard you mention it. You were talking about Drew Brees, and it's interesting that they're the ones that ended up with Zion. You know, I don't know. I think all this is all intertwined. But if the Saints do win the Super Bowl, it would be exactly 10, because they won the Super Bowl in 2010 in Miami. So if they won the Super Bowl in Miami again, it would be exactly 10 years later. And there are lots of interesting numbers on the Saints. I do like them to have a huge season, but just like last year, we said that they would have a huge season, which they did. You know, they made it to the NFC Championship. That's pretty good. But I'm thinking that if Drew Brees wins the Super Bowl, he at the age of 41, just like Brady did last year, and maybe he retires.
It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. So we just saw the death of the 54th governor of Louisiana, and that news story was right on top of the death of the New Orleans news anchor with the 54 name Gematria. And again, New Orleans is 54 and Drew Brees is 54. So the riddle's definitely there.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. The 54th. You said 54th governor of Louisiana, right?
Right.
That's interesting. But yeah, you can go to the callers. I just came here to co-host with you.
Okay, let's do it then. Let's go out to let me try Flint, Michigan. I don't think they got through earlier. Flint, are you there? Flint, you're on. Maybe Flint just wants to listen tonight. I know earlier I tried to go out to them and they didn't pick up. All right, Flint, we'll be back. Thanks for listening. Let's go out to California. Let's try that again.
Hey, Zach. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Missed a week being sick last week, but thought I'd call in and say hey.
Well, glad you're better.
So, I had a question personally. I know you're vegan.
Well, I'm not technically vegan. I eat mostly vegan, but I eat some fish here and there, and I eat some eggs here and there. So I'm more of a pescatarian is the term.
I was curious to see like a little series on what you eat in a day, because after subscribing to the Patreon and then watching throughout the day the YouTube posts, you have some mental abilities that a lot of us do not have. So what is it that you quite eat in a day?
So, well, a lot of times in the morning, because I have so much work to do in the morning, I'm not eating. But if I am eating in the morning, I'm usually making myself a shake, and I'm just blending up some green vegetables, usually some kale with some berries, with some bananas, with a little bit of protein powder. And throughout the day, I'll snack on things like I'll often eat just carrots or sugar snap peas with hummus. And usually at nighttime, my lady, she's a great cook. She'll usually cook up something that's pretty good. And a lepetto is something we eat a lot. That's a Burmese traditional dish. It's cabbage with fermented tea leaves. And you can mix in other vegetables like tomatoes and stuff. But I am mostly eating plants throughout the day and fruits. And I realized when I was younger, when I started to eat that way, I had more energy. So
yeah, because the stuff that you accomplish in a day, especially the mathematics, definitely has me winded, and I'm not even doing any of it.
Sure. So
anyway, okay, so second point was, so what about a more simplified version of the Patreon or the book for those of us with dyslexia like myself?
It's coming.
Listening to all of this.
It's coming. It's coming. Your thoughts exactly what I'm going to do. Okay. So I am going to write a simpler version of the book. I'm just going to focus on the 4 ciphers because I really think that's all anybody needs to learn to not get overwhelmed, because you can just do so much with those 4. And I'm working on that in another book. I got so many projects that they are going to get done, but also with a simpler version of the Patreon. Right now, the focus is primarily sports, which isn't everyone's cup of tea. But I am going to eventually get back to doing the Gematria School, where we just go through the basics and help people understand this knowledge and why it's relevant and how it works. So yeah, I hear you.
I'm personally interested in following the sports, but BS that I have seen through the facade of public sports since its entirety, I have never followed sports. So it's like quite literally coming upon to this massive scale of teams and players. And oh my goodness, it has been overwhelming. I've been trying to just click in and listen as much as I can, but it's been quite overwhelming.
Sure. I understand that.
Yeah, earlier they were talking, somebody was talking about seeing the armed guards everywhere. I have been noticing that the last couple of years too. I live here in San Diego, and we see that kind of stuff everywhere we go. So
it's bad. Yeah, in the time I lived in Seattle, I'm in a small town now, but in the time I lived in Seattle, man, there ended up being a whole lot more police in that city. And I was just like, look at this. I mean, there's like police on every corner just at all times. So.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then I know every week we all say it's time for us to do something and da-da-da-da-da. Why don't we set a date and let's telecommute and let's be more proactive than talking about it? Because there's plenty of us that are pretty regular, and I'm sure we could at least hit 25 major cities, sounds like, and do some sort of what I was thinking in a more simplified version of the book is maybe a pamphlet version even.
Sure.
Something that could be spoken about in less than 10 minutes on a layman's term.
Sure.
That even the lamest cow, so to speak, could follow.
Sure.
So
sure.
that we could make that cow connection.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
yep.
Anyway.
Great ideas.
Start setting a date. We'll start following.
Okay.
You know?
So again, once this website's built, my plan is to set up like essentially tour dates, if you will. But to me, I thought what was reasonable for 1 year is do one major city per month, so 12 cities in a year, unless more support comes, and then it'd be possible to do more. But and just hopefully have people come to those events and help organize and network and meet people in the area who are into this research and this work, and who are interested in making friends and relationships. So, yeah, you're right.
It's time to set a date. And I hadn't heard much about the website, but I was really, really sick last week. I have a cyclical vomiting syndrome, and sometimes I end up 5 to 8 days just lost within unbearable illness. And it just so happened to happen to me last week. But I'm back and trying to catch up. But I'll be looking forward to the website and know that you've got a connection here in San Diego, and that so let's make this date happen.
Absolutely. All right. Appreciate it, friends. Stay healthy. All right. You have a good night.
You too.
All right. Take care. Bye. What do you think, Jonathan?
Zach, so, you know what? She was talking about the police, and Tallahassee is one of the most over-policed cities that I've ever seen. Because you got Tallahassee Police Department, you got the Sheriff Department, you got Capitol Police, you got state troopers, you got Florida A&M Police, Florida State Police. This is one of the most, I mean, there's police everywhere around here. There's like 7 or 8 different police departments in a city of like about 200,000 people.
Crazy.
So yeah, it's great. It's nuts, man. And she was talking about sports, and I'm in Florida, as you know, and everybody's talking. The Miami Hurricanes are going to play the Florida Gators this Saturday in Orlando, and that's all anybody can talk about around here.
Of course.
It's like, come on. I was like, oh, I can't wait till football. Like, come on, man. Like,
that's how it is, though. People are complacent, man. People. I think overwhelmingly the average American, even it's a weird dynamic, because it's like, in one way, people really aren't happy. They're on antidepressants and they're overweight and they're like living vicariously, not through themselves. But in a way, it's like you still survey them and they're like, I'm still happy enough with the way things are. I mean, I got football and movies and TV shows and music and video games and. Yeah, man. So
exactly right. We can't settle for less.
That's what we're doing. We're settling for less. That's exactly right. We can't do that. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man. Let's go out to New York City. He's always got good questions. What's up, New York?
Hey, Zach. I got like 3 points I want to make it quick. The first one is, you see Houston. What's up, Jonathan? You see Houston lost to Detroit.
So Verlander lost to his old team with the craziest line of the year. Okay.
Let me show what his box score was. He pitched a complete game. He gave up 2 hits. He struck out 11 and gave up 2 home runs and lost 2-1.
Amazing. And that was the wildest line of the
Who's
year.
Who's Verlander pitching for now?
Verlander is on Houston.
Verlander pitching for now?
On Houston. He was pitching against Detroit, his old team.
Oh, exactly. Okay, got you.
Okay, let me get to my next point. I know you talked about Trump, about he's the chosen one, but you didn't say anything about the tweet that he retweeted. He retweeted a tweet from this person called Wayne Allen Roots. He's some conservative radio host. And this is what he tweeted about Trump. He said that this is what he said about Trump. The greatest president for the Jews and for Israel is in the history of the world. And the Jewish people in Israel love him like he's the king of Israel. Even that they love him like he's the second coming of God. So that's what Trump retweeted, that somebody tweeted about him. You didn't say nothing about that. Did you see that?
I didn't see that, but I've heard similar remarks before. Yeah, the media is not bringing that up.
Yeah, so this guy was tweeting that Trump is the king of Israel, and he's the second coming of God.
Yeah, Yeah.
and the other story about, I know you said this Trump Day, so I guess that's why all these stories come out today, because it's Trump Day. And then the other one, he want to get rid of the birth right. So like if you not from this country and you have a baby here, he don't want the baby to have American citizenship now.
Right. So changing the way the law is.
So basically, he going the immigration route. And one thing he knows about Trump, he always attack women. He always attack women and minorities like a big bully. And people that support him that don't see that, they just like him. That's why they support him. They don't want it. They just like Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think, and there's one more thing I wanted to hit you with. I think it was Newark. Remember you talk about Flint with the water crisis? Now they got the water crisis in Newark now. So I just think it's coincidence right now that it's in Newark right now. And you got the Cory Booker, he running for president. So I just thought it was very interesting about the Newark water story.
I got to look that up. I didn't know that.
Oh, and Jonathan, I got one for you, Jonathan. Did you hear about T Grizzly SUV getting shot up last night and his aunt died? His aunt was 41. Did you hear about that, Jonathan?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, his aunt is supposed to be his manager, and I heard about that. Yes,
she died. But I didn't hear nothing about
but
him.
You know, it's just like exactly. But it's just like it's such a repetitive pattern that by now people should have caught on. You know, because like remember when T.I. was with his best friend in Cincinnati, and they were in a van, and the van gets shot up, and his best friend gets killed, but nothing happens to T.I. I don't know if you remember that. This was like almost like 10 years ago.
I remember. I remember that.
Yeah. So I mean, it's such a repetitive pattern.
So basically, T Grizzly sacrifices his aunt, basically.
Exactly. It's the same thing with Rick. It's the same thing with Rick Ross. Same thing with Rick Ross sacrificing Black Bo. Same thing with Megan Thee Stallion sacrificing her mom. Same thing with the baby sacrificing his dad. It goes on and on and on and on.
And I have something to chime in about that. So the death happened yesterday, which was a date with 67 numerology. Blood sacrifice is 67. And then it's the news today. Today's the day the news story broke. Today has 68 date numerology. And T Grizzly, his rap name, equals 68. And we know that number is connected to death too. Caskets go 6 feet deep or 8 feet long. So it is the same repetitive pattern.
It happened in Detroit.
Detroit's 44 like shooting, huh?
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, it's just like.
All right, appreciate it, friend. You have a good night.
Go ahead, John. Go. Okay.
No, I was just gonna say it's the same thing with Diddy sacrificing his child mother, Kim Porter. Like one thing I've noticed is that, like, from what I've noticed, Black women, from what I noticed, they take care of themselves and they live a long time. Like, so just what I noticed. So I don't see how a woman in her 40s can just, in perfectly good health, can just drop dead. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I do not either. So
it's weird.
Well, we know what's really going on, though. It's by the same repetitive numbers month after month. So, all right, we got 2.5 minutes till the break. Let's try Atlanta. Atlanta?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, what's up, man? Dude, I've been following you for so long. I finally got on.
Well, thanks for calling in.
So I was wondering if you've ever heard of Christopher Boleyn.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got his book. I just want everybody to know about that book, because even before I found you, he was talking about the Mossad and Israel and everything like that, and trying to figure out all the pieces to 9/11 and how they go together. He puts it out in plain English about how to really wrap your head around what's going on. So I just think that's a really good book.
Can you repeat that name? Can you repeat that name and the name of the book? Because I never heard of it.
It's Christopher Boleyn. Christopher Christopher Bolin, Bollyn, I believe, and his stuff's getting wiped off YouTube.
Yeah.
He's probably the most censored name on YouTube.
Yeah, dude, because I watched his videos and they're all gone now.
Yep.
But the deception that changed the world. He talks about it like a crime scene, and he goes in, shows you who was in what positions of power and how Israel has like infiltrated and like, oh, just so many. It's such an in-depth book. I really think that everybody should look it up.
Yeah, he
But
does
I think
good work.
that's how we got to start getting that stuff out, is by talking about 9/11, dude. Like,
I agree.
It's the most. I think it's one of the things that people can wrap their heads around. I mean, if you could get all the American flag waving, gun toting people in the South to realize that we've been lied to about this for years,
right?
That's what's going to change them. It's so hard to get through that thick skull.
You're right about that, man. Yeah, I've said the same thing. You're right on. Caller, we got 10 seconds till the break. So any last thoughts?
I think we should talk about 9/11 more. Gematria is for most of the people that are already awake, and it just takes people too far down the rabbit hole to try to wake someone up with that initially. So
sure, but hey, the Gematria example for 9/11 is a real eye opener. So
it's insane. All the 77s, everything you put out, I try to wake people up.
We'll be right back. Got a commercial. Thanks, friend. Okay, we're on the commercial break. Jonathan, I can't hear you over the break. I got to keep it on mute on my end. Otherwise, the commercials come through. So if you're talking right now, just realize I can't hear you. But when I turn the volume back on for the computer, I'll hear your voice again. So that'll be in about 3 minutes once the commercial's over. For the time being, checking out what's going on in the chat. Somebody says, what's your opinion on gluten? Do you think it's part of the mainstream diet like red meat is? I personally think it's good as long as it's organic whole wheat and not GMO corporate wheat. You know, I ate a lot of wheat growing up, toast, wheat pasta, and sometimes I wonder. So here's personally what I've noticed my head. Ever since I told you guys I was having all the headache problems, and you guys sent me all the well wishes and the prayers and stuff, I think I've taken ibuprofen one time in about the last 3 or 4 weeks. I lose track of time. My vertigo did come back for a minute, but my vertigo's disappeared again, which is good news. But part of what I've been doing in that time is also sometimes I think the wheat is connected to my headaches. So, you know, I can't say that gluten's ever made me unhealthy, but maybe it's been part of what's contributed to my headaches. I haven't really been eating any pasta or at least not very much in the time that I've avoided the headaches. And I did eat a lot of pasta, especially in my college years. I pretty much ate it every day. So, but again, I encourage people to look up blood type in diet too. I think depending on your blood type, it could have an impact on what you should be eating. So maybe wheat is, you know, worse for some people than it is for others. But I do agree with you. I'm sure organic is a lot better than GMO. Let's see. Somebody says, take the Rhode Island call. Well, I've just been going in order. I haven't been skipping around. I've just been going in order of callers. You don't want me to lay down a rap. That's not my expertise. Gary says, I haven't responded to his text about Frank Hall from Chardon running for the House of Reps. I'm sorry, Gary. I've been behind on my messages. I will look that up. Apologies. I didn't mean to ignore you. But too many people have both my numbers, so I always have a lot of text messages. Okay, we're coming back. All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. I swear that song, when it comes back, plays longer than the other ones. It just goes on forever. But we're down to the final, well, we got less than a half hour. We're down to the final 26 minutes, and we're taking your calls the rest of the way. We have Jonathan on board. He's co-hosting right now. And I believe it is Georgia. We just had Atlanta, but now we got another Georgia caller. Georgia, you're up.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, you're on. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, I was the one that was talking about Tool earlier in the chat.
Okay.
I know that's off topic, but I kind of just want to touch on that real quick, especially with the previous callers talking about the rap sacrifices going on and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with Maynard James Keenan, you know, well, I like Tool. I assume you guys do too. I hear it on the commercial some. But I just think they're really good musicians, so I listen to them a lot, and they're kind of awake. But I've been noticing lately, just looking in the background, seeing some Thelema signs and like the Seal of Solomon. And I saw a book cover of Maynard James Keenan's, and he's doing the Freemason pose with his hand in his jacket.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that.
And he looks, now that he's aging in the face, he looks like Crowley, like a lot. And he's getting pulled in on Joe Rogan a lot now with his opinion weighing in on things. Joe Rogan looks a lot like Crowley also, and he's in on that stuff with the whole deep state and how he's got that huge podcast, all the influence that you should be at right now, honestly.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, so again, Tool, the band Tool, just like researching them is part of like what dropped a seed for me to eventually even get on the path to figure out what I now talk about, because I'd never heard anybody talk about like satanic geometry and satanic mathematics, because the drummer for Tool brought that up years ago. I saw him somewhere talking about it, how he came up with his drum patterns. And then I heard them talking about sacred geometry and stuff, and all that was foreign to me at the time. So I was like, what's this? And I kind of just did some research, and so it was just some new information at that time. I never heard anybody talk about anything like that before. So, yeah.
Yeah, me too. That was right after I really started listening to them, right after my awakening through acid and mushrooms. Pretty much shocked myself into waking up one time randomly.
Sure.
When real ego death. It was a good experience though.
That's the real reason hallucinogenic drugs are illegal, because they have the ability to wake up people. So, yeah.
Yep. I was always tricked into, even when I was back a huge pot smoker, dab head, I was always taught like, oh, acid makes your brain bleed and drip on your spine and you'll go crazy.
You'll jump off a building and kill yourself. Right. Yeah, that's what I know. That's the programming. So, yeah.
Yep. Everyone that was saying that to me, I came around to realize that they were just scared to have the experience themselves, honestly, and do the work and just dig in, like jump down the rabbit hole and just.
That's right.
What exactly we're in? They'd rather just stay.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff wakes you up. All that wakes you up. You know, acid, mushrooms. They always try to put a bad label on it, but a lot of that stuff is what opens up your mind to realize the reality that you're living in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they try to make it look like meth and heroin. But
right.
I just want to touch in on that too. And earlier, how the younger guy was calling. He's younger than me. I'm 21 right now, but I've been awake for fully maybe like 4 or 5 years, or fully probably 3 years. But you know what I mean. I've always known things have been up, and I've always felt different. But started really getting into the whole Freemason, Jewish, all that stuff, everything about 3 years ago. And like the other younger guy was saying, it's hard being young and then knowing all this stuff. You can't even talk to your parents about it or anything. Think you're crazy. Everyone thinks you're stupid no matter how you come off. You articulate it well. You don't jump out like Alex Jones. You show all this proof. Like it's just crazy. And even with my own mom, she's the one I've gotten to the most, because I was living with her when I was doing a bunch of shrooms and stuff like that. And she didn't like it because she's never been that kind of person, but she was kind of cool that when she saw it didn't make me like crazy and it was helping me out and stuff. And so I can kind of get through to her with some things, but I don't even know the particulars, but there's been like 3 times where I know I've gotten through to her
and it's like broken her programming or something.
Sure. Seeing
she,
is
like,
believing.
knows it's
Right.
real, but she won't look at it or anything. She'll just give me this like blank stare, like this cold stare, like, holy shit, you're right.
Right.
And
Right.
it's crazy. But I mean, with younger people though, I thought it'd be easier, but even younger people that I used to smoke with a lot and everything, they won't listen to me. It's crazy. They think I'm like a religious freak now, and I'm more spiritual. I'm like, dude, you're being a consumer in like Matrix right now.
Right.
You know, you make a good point though, because you would think that somebody young would have more of an open mind, you know, than somebody older that's already like probably set in their ways. So you would think that your peers would be more open to what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but most of them are just brainless consumers. they love it. They love picking the sides and which rap guy they're gonna act like and what their persona is gonna be, and it is quite funny to look around at. I'm just kind of mind blown all the technology and everything I've come up with in my age. I've always pretty much had phones, and like I was born in 1998, so
right when it was all coming out. Yeah. So.
Yeah, well, I was 3 when 9/11 happened. I even knew something was weird with it watching it on the TV then. I forgot to mention this too. But ever since I was about 2.5 years old, I've always known there's been not paranormal. I don't even like that word anymore, but like just another dimensional aspect of this world where I know there's some more spiritual something where I knew it wasn't fake. One time I was about 2.5, maybe 3. I was with my grandmother. She was babysitting me. She put me in the back of her car and my baby seat in the garage. And she had the door up, but we were still in the garage, so it had light in there so I could see. And she forgot her purse, so she had to run back upstairs. And I remember looking to the right, which was like a little hallway that kind of goes back into the back of the garage where my grandfather keeps like all his hunting stuff, everything like that. And right there at the corner, there was this like shadow entity, this like shadow person. I could never see a face or anything, but it was a man. I saw like a top hat on him. And it was like this I can't even explain it still this day. It gives me chills and everything.
Huh.
It had this smoke about it, this like black smoke that you could just tell was like not in this, the way it was twirling around it, but it still had a silhouette. And then it started to move and it followed my grandmother up the steps and it just moved like a ghost along. Like there's no way I can even explain it, even having all these crazy experiences and seeing Where's Waldo on the ground running around in front of me on shrooms and things I know like that aren't there. But this, I was only 2.5. I remember it to this day like it was yesterday, and it was just the realest thing ever. So no one could ever tell me anything about there not being something more to things.
Sure.
I tried to tell that to people and give them the cold stare even with that. And they're like, oh, you must have just saw something. It was your imagination being younger. So I was like, I wish you could have seen it through my eyes, because like I'm guessing it was a malevolent spirit of some kind hanging around my grandparents' house. I don't really know why, but even like probably 3-4 months ago, my grandmother, they still live in the same house. She just randomly had a ring and a necklace go missing, and it hasn't shown up or anything. And that just for some reason popped in my mind when she told me about that, and it still hasn't popped up. So I feel like the energy might be lingering around, but sorry I'm all over the place with this. I'm kind of nervous a little bit.
That's okay, man. That's okay. You made a lot of great points, though. I'm really glad you called in. And it reminds me of saying that. I think it's the book, The Celestine Prophecy, I remember right, but they talk about how children, they have like more openness or they have better contact with the spirit world. And it doesn't remind it. I mean, all of us were children once, and we did have, I mean, some people, our parents would blame it on our imagination, but a lot of us, like, we thought we saw things at night. And sometimes I do think back about that. It's like, well, you know, maybe it's just like what you're describing right now. So yeah, we are conditioned in the Western world to not believe in spirit and all that, and science explains everything. And I think, as most of us who are awake know, that, you know, that's definitely not really the way it is. It's like we're trying to be kept from something that really is there. But hey, friend, I got to keep it moving just because we're almost out of show and there's a lot of people on hold. So do call us back. Great call. And have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Take care. And you didn't sound nervous at all. I didn't know one bit. Let's go out to Hawaii. How are you, Hawaii? Hawaii. You've been waiting a long time.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry.
Perfect. No problem.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. It kind of cut off for a second. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Welcome.
Everybody's talking about how people aren't awake and people need to wake up, which is true, but I feel like there's a great awakening actually occurring throughout the world and in the US, which is why there's so much censorship going on and why YouTube is censoring and why the FBI just said that conspiracy theorists are like a domestic terrorist. They're really trying to crack down because they're aware that there are thousands of people that are waking up. I mean, look at your channel, you have thousands of subscribers, and there's several other good channels out there that are exposing Zionism and what's going on. But I think we need a real leader to emerge and start some kind of movement or something in order to get the rest of the people going. So I know it seems like everyone's asleep, but I mean, and it seems that way in my life, in my daily life when I go to work and stuff and try to talk to my coworkers. None of them are on the same page, but we got to realize there are a lot of people that are waking up to this stuff. So you can't, don't give up and keep up the fight.
I agree. I totally agree. And that's why it's, you know, I tried to do this 3 years ago. This time it's going to be successful. I'm building this website. It's going to be the social media for truth seekers to help people organize within their community so they can make stronger relationships, and hopefully some synergy will come out of it. We can build the network and movement that needs to happen. So I'm with you.
Right. And for those people that think Trump is an outsider, I mean, I supported him when he first came in office. I thought the same thing, but he controlled the Senate, the House, and the presidency, and he literally did nothing when they had the opportunity. They could have done so much changes. They could have built a wall. They could have helped the economic situation. They could have done many things, but they literally did nothing. The only things that they did benefited Israel. And if people think that he's exposing Epstein, he's not. It's because, in my opinion, it's because Israel has elections coming up in September, and Ehud Barak was supposedly very tight with Jeffrey Epstein. So Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to expose Ehud Barak, but at the same time, Trump can use it to blackmail Democrats that are tied up in the scandal. I'm not saying that he's not. He's definitely tied up in it, but the Zionists have his back, so that's why none of his shit's getting exposed. And one last thing, if people don't think that Donald Trump is aware of Gematria, I mentioned this the other night. I think it was pretty late for most of your viewers, but that Keep America Great is 2020's campaign slogan. You typed it in, equals 138. Donald Trump equals 138. And that Keep America Great is the same exact slogan that was used in the Purge election year. And I really think that when Trump gets reelected, not elected, because elections are a sham, but when he is in office in the second term, 2020 is when the vision, like 2020 vision, when all of this civil war, when the economy is going to collapse and the reset is going to happen, that's when the real vision of the Zionism is going to occur. And yeah, Keep America Great and the Purge. You guys need to look into that shit, man. Donald Trump hired people that created that movie, The Purge election year, which is about like Americans killing each other and shit. And that's what they have planned for us in the very near future. And then they're going to disarm us, and then they have total control over our lives. But I think that's all I got. Thanks for letting me ramble, Zach and Jonathan.
Welcome.
Take care.
Welcome. Yeah, have a good night.
Good call.
Yeah, anything you want to chime in there?
No, I was just listening. Interesting.
Yeah, you made some good points. Let's go out to Nebraska. Nebraska, you waited a long time. Or maybe just listening. I think just listening. Let's try out Rhode Island. Rhode Island, you're up.
Hey, man.
Hey.
You. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, I see the delay. I'm sorry. Yeah, first time call. I just wanted to call in. I'm trying to figure out my notes over here. Yeah, so I've been watching the show for about a year. Seeing the whole XXX thing. That's what really caught my attention with this whole entire study, and I found it so fascinating. Bought the book. Still haven't really got far. Because it's so intriguing, man. Like, you gotta like really read this stuff, and it is like a few callers said, it's super overwhelming. But yeah, I was watching the show Versace, and I know it had nothing to do with tonight, but I figured it might be something you want to look into. Probably already know that he got murdered, but 20 years ago. But I think it's on a show on Netflix. I'm not sure. Versace, it's like the assassination of Versace or something. And my mom had me like watching a few episodes, and I was like, I really ain't into it, but I know something's up with this. So I did my own little decode. I actually emailed you. So maybe you might want to check it out. But yeah, I found so much crazy stuff with that, and I just thought on the blog I didn't see anything there pertaining, Gianni Versace or Giovanni. So I did my own little thing. I just thought it was so fascinating. I was wondering, what do I got to sign up for the blog to post it, or can I post on the blog? Or
you should be able to post on the blog. Yeah, I think the blog is through Google, unfortunately. So if you have a Google account, you should be able to just sign in and post a comment there. Don't mind the trolls, because the trolls live there. They're about the only people who post on my blog anymore are the trolls, because they ran off all the other people. So just a warning.
Nah, I hear you, man. It is what it is.
Right.
All right, yeah, no. So yeah, I don't know if the email went through. If you have time, or if it might be of some not important, but it's still, like I said, the numbers and everything, the repetition. It's so intriguing, man. All the prime number relationships, all the parallels. It's wicked intriguing. I love geometry. I love math. I'm not a mathematician, but I find it so fascinating, and just wanted to call and say thanks and appreciate the work you do, man.
Well, very, very welcome, and thank you. I'm not sure that I've ever looked into Versace's death before, so maybe nothing is there, and I'll look for your email, so I appreciate it.
No, there's a lot there, dude. I spent 4 hours today.
No. I'm just saying I'm just saying maybe there's nothing there on my blog, because maybe I've never looked at it before. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, there isn't.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, there isn't.
I will check it out.
And it just propelled me. Yeah, it just propelled me to want to see it. So I was like, my parents, they, try to share this information with people, and you know how that goes. They don't want to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it, and it's cool. It's not for everybody, but yeah, it just propelled me to want to research, and I'm seeing so much with especially with the firearms, and it's like yesterday alone, I think there was like 5 or 6 stories, man, and did my own little stuff on it, and yeah, man, it's pretty crazy, all the overlaps and parallels that are shared within this language, man.
Yeah, indeed.
So thank you.
All right, welcome.
Thanks for the work, man.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. You have a good night. I'll look for that email. Thank you. Take care.
All right, you have a good night.
Anything you want to chime in, Jonathan?
Nah, not right now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know enough about Versace off the top of my head. I see he died at 97, though. All right, let's go back to Texas.
I'm sorry.
Texas, you're on.
Dude, you can pass me by, man. I'm just listening in, all right?
All right, appreciate it. Have a good night. Let's go out to Maryland. Maryland, your turn.
Hey, Zach.
Hello.
Hey, I just wanted to apologize for last week. I didn't mean to like disrespect you if you felt that way. Like, I know how it came out, but that's not what I actually meant, if that makes sense.
Oh, well, you're all forgiven, man. No worries. What's up tonight?
So I just was watching that Spider-Man movie with my little sister, and it was like about the Black Spider-Man. Boy, he Puerto Rican also. Miles Morales, and it seemed like 42 flashed on the screen. I'm like, whoa, like, you know, time like, whoa, that kind of like got me, like, what the heck? And then like when he got his powers, he got bit by like a spider had 42, and I'm like, wow, like it's crazy, you know? They just
flashing the
like,
number,
put in, like in our face. So.
Right. Yeah. When you're awake to these numbers, you see how often they do flash them on the screen, from TV shows to movies. Yeah, indeed.
And I just had a couple more points. I ain't gonna take that much time. So I remember I was listening to Howard Stern, and it was this guy like conspiracy theorist, and it was like Howard Stern was making fun of him and stuff, and basically called the man crazy and just like laughing at him, saying, you know, like, who wouldn't believe 9/11 is real? Like, I mean, if you don't believe that, you know, just insult people. Like, and it's just like, wow, like, I mean, I know Howard Stern is Asian, but hey, you know, he just trying his best to make us seem like we crazy, you know?
Well, he's one of the hardcore Zionists. He's been on that 9/11 tip since the day it happened. So yeah, I mean, he's part of the cabal. Yeah, you're right on, caller. Appreciate the observations, friend. I'm gonna keep it moving and try to keep everybody's call to about 1 minute so we can get through 3 more people before the end of the show, because we're down to 4 minutes. But thanks, friend, and no worries about last week. You have a good night. All right, let's go out to Daytona Beach, Florida. If you guys can keep it to a minute, that'd be great.
Hey, brother. I just wanted to ask, have you ever heard of... Hey, can I be heard?
Say it again?
I wanted to ask if you ever heard of Steve Reese, the Psalms Decode.
I got to look that up.
Any of those? Okay, hey, check it out. So this guy, Steve Reese, plays the harp, and he went through some passage in Numbers and decoded something, and then he transferred it to Psalms, right? In the original Hebrew. And when he did so, like the lyrics turned into sheet music.
Huh.
Beautiful stuff. Dude, I wanted to say so much tonight, but I know we're running. I would love to call you next time and talk a little more about this, because I really do want to talk a bit. But
can you spell his name?
YouTube?
Can you spell his name again, Steve? And then how do you spell the last name?
All right, go YouTube, type in Steve Reese, R-E-E-S, music frequencies, and it's an hour-long video.
Got it.
And it has like a music chart on the thumbnail, you see?
Got it. Yeah, I'm going to check it out. Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, hell yeah, man. All right.
All right, appreciate it.
Move along, but yeah.
All right, man. Have a good night. Thank you for that tip. Something new. Let's go out to Grants Pass, Oregon. Grants Pass, you're on.
Hi, Zach.
Hello. Thanks for calling.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi, this is my first time calling in.
Thank you so much.
I'm in Southwest Oregon.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Grants Pass. I almost fell asleep at the wheel one time there. Could have been over as an 18-year-old.
I know we're short on time tonight. I was going to introduce myself a little bit. Been very active in truth research for several, I don't want to give my age. Well, I was 40 when 9/11 happened, and I was all over it. And by 2004, I was out promoting documentaries, showing them to audiences, and very active with passing out DVDs and everything I could do. And I thought it was really going to change things. And here we are, 2019. But yeah, the whole Zionist thing has just gone further and further and further. And I with the Gematria thing, I've been like checking in and out with you for probably close to a year now, and been really fascinated at trying to understand the mechanics of how our reality works. And went through reading the Bible probably about 7 or 8 years ago, and the church, and saw through all of that, and the 501c3 churches and everything. And I came away thinking that the Bible is probably very much an encoded predictive programming instrument, and learned a lot about King James and Sir Francis Bacon, aka Shakespeare, and encoding in the Bible, and all the Freemasonic Rosicrucian art associated with it, and that King James was a Freemason and all of that from back in the early days. And anyways, I was really wondering if you could answer maybe quickly a couple of questions. I was trying to figure out, one, where is the gematria forming? Like, who is doing this and doing the encoding and helping to program our reality? Where is it kind of happening? Who's really doing it? And then two, can it be used for good? Because as far as I know, what's really the key to everything is that knowledge has been occulted and been used to take advantage over others. And that's really the thing that's the problem here. It's not that there's all this evil. Yeah, it's just that there's ignorance, and then there's people are using things to deceive others and have power over them.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we ran out of show, but I'm going to answer your question staying after on YouTube. So thank you so much. We're out of time. We'll be back next week. But stay after on YouTube. I'll answer that question. Thank you so much. Okay, so she just asked a really good question, but we ran out of show for the main radio show. Her first question was, who is responsible for encoding the language? And again, my logical thought is it looks like the people that are now known as Freemasonry are responsible. And just think about this, just using the alphabetic order. English equals 74, Gematria 74, Occult 74, Masonic 74. And Jonathan's calling in right now. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, are we on YouTube now?
Do me a favor, though. Call me back on my other phone since you have that number, and then you can be on that line because people will want to call in on this number. Is that cool? All right. Yeah. Yeah, we're on YouTube, though. Call me back. All right. Jonathan has both numbers. So, you know, there's just that example right there. And then again, holidays 74, Independence Day 74. You got a nation, you know, with the capital named after a Freemason. And then there's all sorts of examples you can look to see that the fingerprints trace to Masonry. Think about the phrase, the body is the temple. There's 206 bones in an adult human body, 206. And the term Masonic temple in Gematria sums to 206. I mean, is it organic or was it purposefully thought out? I lean towards it was purposefully thought out. Here we got a caller.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, man. I called pretty late. I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Okay.
I'm Kyron out of St. Louis. So I make music. I do everything myself. And so I recently discovered 9 Inch Nails and Trent Reznor. He does everything himself. And I use the letters and numbers book kind of like a guidebook just because there's so much information that I don't need to read all the way through it to know that this is real, what's going on. So I kind of use it as a guidebook. Like if I come across a name or a number, I just search the PDF, see what matches with it. And I couldn't find any dirt on Trent Reznor or 9 Inch Nails. So I just wanted to know what was up with that.
Well, I didn't include anything on 9 Inch Nails or Trent Reznor in the book, and I don't think I've actually ever done any work on 9 Inch Nails. But
on the blog either, no?
Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever done any work on 9 Inch Nails, and I should. I'm sure there is something there. Oftentimes, if you apply this knowledge to the release dates of albums, you can see why they were released on the dates they were. So yeah, that's one for the list I can look into. Two requests tonight: Versace and 9 Inch Nails. So I'll take a peek.
All right, man. Right on.
All right. Thanks, man. Take care.
Hey,
Yeah.
And I just wanted to, because I knew we were going to run out of time. Just to bring it back to Versace, the group the Migos, which is arguably the biggest hip hop group of all time, or the biggest now anyway, their first song, the name of the song was called Versace. The first song that ever blew up for them was called Versace.
Well,
and,
I was gonna say rappers like their designer brands, so that doesn't surprise me.
Exactly, and
And so have you thought about just to talk about Jay-Z right quick? Have you thought about this?
What's that?
What's going on with Jay-Z? Well, basically, everybody in the social media world is calling him, a sellout. Well, some people are defending him, but long story short, he was supposedly they asked him to perform in the Super Bowl, and he said no. And he said that he was standing with Colin Kaepernick, and he wasn't going to support the NFL in any kind of way at this time. When Colin was kneeling and all that.
But now he's getting in on the ownership. I saw that ownership story came a span of 111 days from his birthday, and as we know, New York's 111. So
exactly. So now all of a sudden he's going to be the first minority owner of an NFL team. So he's getting a lot of backlash because of that. But it just goes to show you how pre-planned all this is.
Right.
Because what are the chances that Fred Hampton, the leader of the Black Panther Party, I believe they were really scared of him. Even though he was only 20 years old.
Right.
The leader of the Black Panther Party gets murdered on the same day Jay-Z's born.
Right.
And now all of a sudden he's the face of activism. All of a sudden he's the one helping people get out of prison. Remember how supposedly he helped 21 Savage get out of a situation?
Right. Which was a Super Bowl riddle in itself. Yeah.
Exactly. And then he helped Meek Mill get out of a situation. So now all of a sudden he's going to be the first NFL majority owner.
Right.
So it just goes to show you how all pre-planned this really all is. And Jay-Z is nothing but a coon. He's just a puppet on strings.
Sure.
He doesn't have any kind of power.
Right. Indeed. We got a call from Maryland. Let's see what's up with Maryland. Maryland, are you there? Hello.
Hey, what's up, Zach? This is Martin Brown. I haven't called in a while.
Yeah, man. How are you?
I'm good. I just had a question real quick. You were talking about something on one of your last videos about 243 and 81, the connection between those two, and you're referring to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Could you elaborate on that?
So the new head coach of the I talked about it with the Steelers and I talked about it with the Packers. Can you mute your video in the background because I hear myself coming through?
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Venus, the planet Venus, we learned recently it has a rotation. A day on Venus is 243 days on Earth. And Venus in Gematria sums to 81. It also sums to 54. And we noticed recently with the Steelers, Pittsburgh Steelers equals 243. The United States of America just turned 243 years old. They had the death of their receivers coach, Darryl Drake. He died 243 days after his birthday, and Darryl Drake equals 54. So Venus is 54, 243. And I think Venus is 81, and Pittsburgh Steelers is also 81. So Venus has that connection to 54 and 81. And then the Packers, they have a new coach. His full name equals 243. I think we were talking about how from his birthday to the Super Bowl is 81 days. And so anyway, ever since we've clued into this thing with Venus and 243 and the United States being 243 years old and this year being the year of Super Bowl 54, how all these numbers connect through Venus, we're just starting to make some observations and patterns with those numbers. So that's what we were saying.
That helps a lot. But I think for some reason, 17 is going to be a key number for the NFL season. I'm not sure why. I just been seeing little hints, from the sports analysts and Jay-Z equals 17. But if you type in like Miami Gardens, I believe Miami Gardens, Florida, I think that's 59.
Okay.
But Miami Gardens, which is actually where the Super Bowl is going to be played. 59 to 17 prime and whatnot.
Right.
But I just think we should keep an eye on the number 17 this year.
Okay. That's always a special number. 17 is a very special number. The seventh prime number. Mason is 17, like Jay-Z, like you said. But okay, yeah, good observation.
All right, thanks.
Is it 17 the God number?
Yeah, and it connects to God. Yeah, connects to a big God number. So yeah. All right, we got another caller here from Atlanta. Atlanta, you're on.
Hello? Hey, I called in earlier. Is it cool if I call back in?
Sure. But after this, try not to call back just to keep it open for other people. But what's up?
Okay, yeah, I'll try to be quick. Sorry, I just missed a couple points. The last thing I left off with, I forgot to mention though, with the Tool and the rapper sacrifices you guys were talking about lately with their families, T.I. and T Grizzly, all them.
Right.
Earlier I hadn't stumbled upon the song before from Tool yet, but I think it's called Wings for Marie or something like that. And I didn't get to look into it yet, but just from the lyrics and everything, it sounded like a lady in Maynard James Keenan's life dying and him like saying goodbye in this weird way. So
I think that song's about his mom. I think that song's about his mother, if I remember right.
Okay.
So.
But it just sounded, the way the song came off was just like a sacrificial vibe, and that I don't know, that's what mainly threw up the first red flag for me to look at Tool. I've loved them since now, but have you seen their newest song that came out, the cover art for it?
I have not. I'll have to look at that.
It's like a weird, like Thelemic-looking, kind of ancient, like dark elf demon-looking thing with like 6 arms and looks very Crowley and all that. But one of the main point I was trying to touch on, I didn't even bring it up, but have you ever heard of the channel or made aware of it called R Clow a Moon?
Is it? I think I'm subscribed to that channel. Is it R_KLAUS?
Yes. I don't think it's underscores, it's spaces, and then AMOUN.
Yeah, I pronounce his channel differently. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but okay, yeah, I'm subscribed to him. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I watch him too. He's a very small channel. It's weird how I think he gets throttled more than you, honestly, a little bit. He's kind of newer, I think. But he comes with some information like crazy, like you do, and it's just on point. He uses Gematria, and he brought up in his most recent video, he didn't really touch on it too long. It was like halfway through his video that basically he was kind of saying you're a shill, and that kind of hit bases with me because I've done my research on you. I trust you 1,000,000%, honestly.
Well, that's kind of sad, man, because see, I haven't communicated with him for a while, and I think he got inspired by my work when he started this channel. So people get mad at me because they send me messages and I don't respond, and it's not that I'm trying to ignore people, it's just that I can't keep up with everything. So I've had so many people turn against me because I ignore their messages, and it's not that I find out that that's what they're mad about. I'm like, well, I didn't even see your message, and I mean... So anyway,
but, I just kind of want to touch on because he wasn't really saying you were a shill, like some of those fake ones where they say you're all Jewish and Mossad and all that crazy stuff. He was kind of just like he's a false teacher, and he kind of even said that you were like using his work a little bit, and it was weird. And he didn't really touch on it too long, but I kind of just want to bring out aware to you. It wasn't like a beef or anything, so he wasn't like mad or anything. I don't know. I just want to bring that up and make you aware of it.
I don't worry about it, man. I don't worry about what other people say. So.
But that wasn't the main thing with him. I just want to make you aware of his channel if you weren't bringing that up. But he's got some predictions on the week of November 3rd through the 9th. And I think you should really look at that and touch on that and get it to your bigger audience because it's some feeling to it, too. It feels like there's going to be something New World Order-ish with Trump that goes down because I don't know if you stay up either with, I think, Seven Bomar. He's on you with Truth Frequency Radio. And he's been talking about a lot of the Zionist stuff lately, and he doesn't touch on that too much, and how the Bronze Era is upon us coming in 2020, and things will start to get a lot different, not in like a straight hellish way or anything, but that's when I think some of the change will actually start rolling out, since we're seeing more of this censorship. They're cracking down harder, and like one of the previous callers said earlier, like there's a great awakening happening right now with the consciousness, and people are starting to wake up, and that'll be a problem for these Masons and everything that are in charge right now, and they definitely probably know about it ahead of time. So
yeah.
And you talking about the Alexa stuff, all that earlier, like how even one of the simplest things, talking to some of the younger people around me. Again, I'm 21. Even some of the cooler guys that have open minds that used to push a lot of buttons stuff, I'd be chilling with it. One of them got an Alexa thing, and I was like, dude, you're selling. Like, you don't need that. The government's listening to that and everything. He literally blew it off. He didn't even care, didn't even like think a second thought of it. Even in that situation, I'm like, how can you just be that asleep? I don't get it.
Well, I guess they like the convenience the Alexa brings, so to them it's worth it.
That's honestly what it is, and that makes me want to smash my head into a wall.
Well, that's how people are. I mean, people like things easy, and the people who control this world, they've made things easy. That's why the people who rule the world are truly evil geniuses, and
they are really smart. I got to give them that because I go with Truth, and these dudes are smart. It's working. It's been working since at least 1717 in this form.
Yeah, indeed. So, all right, man, appreciate it.
Can I touch on one last quick thing?
Okay.
This was to tie in with the Trump New World Order stuff coming that I think's coming. With his little chosen one thing that just came out. And do you think that has anything to do with them going to start doing more with the third temple soon?
It's coming, man. It's definitely coming. So, I mean, it's not an accident that they're raising money for that.
Yeah, I just feel like that's, especially since he said that today, and a lot of the article pictures were him with this like sun behind him, and it's angled down. He's like in the Jesus pose, and it's got that Illuminati little referencing to it with him being in all the sun worship and everything.
Indeed. All right, man.
Of course, I'd like to thank you too for all you've done. You've been a huge part of me waking up. At first, when I first came across you, I had to like watch this kind of stuff even after being awake for several months to just even catch on to it. It was weird. It was like I was like dispelling myself in a way still. Like the numbers just nothing was clicking in my brain. I had to listen to you for a while to finally get. I knew it. I could see all the not inconsistencies. I don't even know, not coincidence or anything. I could see it all, but none of it was even flowing. I was still like, what is he grasping at here? And until recently, maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I'm just clearly seeing it now. Like, this is literally a rigged game. The sport's everything.
Right. Indeed.
So, thank you for all that you do. It's greatly appreciated. And thank you for letting me call in and share my points.
All right. Yeah, no problem, man. Take care.
You too.
Right. Jonathan, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Anything you want to chime in with?
No, I'm just listening right now. Just soaking it in.
Sure. The woman who called at the end, she asked me who I thought was behind encoding the language, and then she also asked, and I think I answered that question. She asked, "Can we use this code for good?" And I suppose you can obviously use this code to, I guess, exert your will on the world. Obviously, that's what the Cabal shows. But I've never tried to do it myself, so I don't know. I don't know if just any average person. I don't know if saying average person, if just any old person can take this knowledge and apply it and make things, come about the way they want it. But seemingly the Cabal doing everything by the code. There's a method to their madness. So somebody has called in before and said, "Can we use this knowledge to create good in the world?" And I said, well, I guess the way to try might be to organize a massive rally. Maybe you do it on a date with 41 numerology, because the word good with the alphabetic order is 41. And you have a massive rally somewhere just trying to bring awareness about why we need to be better to ourselves and each other for this planet. We're trying to bring, it's the goodness rally or something like that, and just see if somehow the event would be more successful than it would otherwise, or I don't know, because I've never gone about operating that way or trying to do things ritualistically. But again, since the Cabal operates this way,
there's got to be something to it, right?
Right. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've never operated that way either, but I just noticed, I just noticed things organically. Just the numbers fall in place organically. But
I've noticed that too.
That is very interesting. Like, it has to be, because it's just like what you said with numbers. It's dualistic, so there's good and then there's bad. So I believe that it's like you said, that the Cabal is evil. They're evil geniuses, so they know. They know that there's power in these numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and your book explains that in detail. You know,
Right.
so
Right.
it's just amazing how they try to keep us in the dark, you know, and give you all this indoctrination with school, and you know they just drill. When I was growing up, my grandmother, she used to just drill school in my head. She used to be like, "School is the only way out. This is the way I made it out. You know, you have to go to school. You have to get your education." And now here, with master's and a bachelor's degree later, I have 2 degrees, and I have not ever made a single penny off either one of these degrees.
Right.
You know, so it's funny how like they program you to think school, and you know, just because you know she made money with her degree, obviously, but they don't explain to you you have to go to school for the right degree. You know, because she went to school for nursing, so she was a nursing supervisor for a very long time in Miami at different hospitals.
Right.
So if you're going to school for the right thing, where you're guaranteed to get a job, you know, then that's a different situation. My bachelor's degree was in education, but when I saw how much of a joke the school system was, I didn't want to be a part of it. I didn't want to teach anymore.
Daytona Beach, what's up?
Hey, brother. Hey. I just wanted to tie up a few things I was talking about earlier. So you recall Steve Reese and the harp and the Psalm decode that I just spoke about?
Yes.
All right, man. So this is so interesting, and this is actually what brought me into your channel, is when I found this. And I really do want you to check out that video and see what you come up with. But what I find so interesting, or even found so interesting, if you go to the video and you go to the 5-minute and 14-second mark, there's it's presented and it's a claim that the sound of each individual Hebrew letter creates the sound wave that is the shape of that letter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm gonna try to tie this up. So when you do see that, if you do check it out, I think for the most part, if not fully, you're gonna be convinced, or anyone who watches it will be convinced that surely and it's so beautiful, because if the lyrics talk about like ascending, and the guy decoded it for the sheet music, the music kind of flows with the lyric content of the song. So it's just kind of it's amazing that is as it is. On the other side, you have people like is it John Frusciante, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Anthony Kiedis, and so on and so forth. You have them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Kiedis said of Frusciante that he admired his communion with the spirits, and they guided him to play music. So what I'm doing now is basically comparing David to John Frusciante, right? So what I'm kind of trying to propose is that I feel obviously there's a connection to this knowledge, right?
Right.
And the connection to this knowledge, and I'm really just asking if you or Jonathan, I would love to hear from you as well, if you guys prescribe to this thought. The creator of this knowledge is the creator. From my belief system, what I would ask is, obviously there being 2 ways to get this knowledge. Would you prescribe to the initial giving of this knowledge to be like as described in Enoch, with the fallen ones who came and taught us the knowledge of all these things, for example?
Sure. Are you done with your thought, caller?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just wanted to see if you had anything that might have popped up in your mind regarding that.
Well, just as you're talking about this, I really want to check out the video, because I think there's so many other hidden things about the English language that most of us don't understand, the vibration that comes out of our mouth when we speak each letter, each word, how that energy impacts. I think all of this stuff is related, and it's all mathematics based. So I'm gonna have to check out this video and see if I can build on my understanding of what I'm already teaching about, because I think there is a missing component, understanding the frequency and pitch and vibration of each letter. And
yeah, no doubt.
So it sounds like what you've sent me, this video to watch, is along those lines.
Excuse me?
The video you're asking me to watch of the musician, it's along those same lines, right?
Right. Yes.
So,
exactly.
Yeah, I got to look into it, but it's a lot to think about and comprehend. And
yeah, well, when you watch the video, it's going to be very easy to see his side. He's kind of an older, slower guy, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, it'll be cool. Hey, one last thing, brother. What's so interesting? I caught that call between you and a call for an uprising, and I don't even really want to say anything about it to you. I just wanted to put this out there that I found interesting, because at the very end, you brought up the point of the sum of names that equals 74, I believe. Was it Jesus Christ equals 74, something like that? They all add up, right? Yeah, man, and he had nothing to say, and I almost wanted to try to get his attention. And there's so many interesting things about that. Some say that Jesus Christ is just derived from Zeus Krishna.
Mm-hmm.
You know that, right? And even people think about it in the scope with what the frequencies and the words and whatever mean. So people also say they're Christians. Well, the word Christian came originally from the word Cretan, which meant essentially like retard. That's the first time it's used in scripture. Is they were being called Cretans, and someone said, "You almost convinced me to become a Cretan." So anyone who's saying that, not to their knowledge, but in origin of it, they're calling themselves like, "Hey, I'm an idiot. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian." That's like synonymous.
Sure. That's
yeah.
interesting. I never thought of that before. That is interesting. And again, the whole thing about Zeus is a Greek god, and the Greeks wrote the New Testament. So yeah, that is a very valid point.
Yeah. Well, and I wish people in his position, I wish they would kind of dive a little further and see that. I mean, scripture is tampered with like beyond.
Well, he doesn't even know anything about scripture. I mean, I could have asked him to quote a Bible verse. He wouldn't have been able to do it. I mean, you heard what he said. He went to an eye for an eye. It seemed to be the only thing he knew about the Bible. So.
Yeah, man, it was sad, and it was just sad. Poor guy, But yeah. The other last interesting thing is, as far as the names go, if you're aware, I'm sure. Isn't it interesting that people call him Jesus? I would call him Yahusha. But isn't it interesting that he changed a few of his disciples' names?
Did he change a few of his disciples' names?
He did, brother. 3 of them, I believe, and maybe 3 of them.
Okay, I wasn't even aware of that, so I'll have to look into that story.
Right. You would think it was because the frequency of it, or what you take on by your name. And man, I'm sure you got fireworks going on in your head about it, because you even know more than me. But I did, thanks man for letting me go through all these things.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, you got a lot of great thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Take care. All right.
Take care. I didn't know that. I'm gonna look that up. That's a new one to me. Jonathan, we got another call. Richmond, California. What's up? California? California, for whatever reason, I cannot hear you. Try calling back, California, because maybe you hear me, but I don't hear you. Jonathan, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Okay, we got another caller now. Texas.
Okay.
But here, go ahead. Texas, sit tight. Jonathan's got something to say.
No, I was just gonna say I heard the debate with the call of an uprising, but at least just to give him credit, at least he had the balls to call you, because most people would run away. At least he had the balls to at least call you, and even though he had really no argument, because even though it's not all about money, you've literally made people hundreds of thousands of dollars, just on this knowledge. And when you told him that, you made this dude $300,000, that really shut the whole argument down. You literally made people a lot of money just on this knowledge, and at least he had the heart to debate. That's all I could say. Even though he had really no argument.
Sure. So people who think he called in to deflect from what I was talking about that night starting the movement, they might be right, because it is kind of weird that he called in the first place. So. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. You got to give credit where it's due. All right, we got Texas with us. What's up, Texas?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Can you hear me good?
Yep, you're loud. Yeah, you're perfect.
All right, couple things. What's that guy named Marty Leeds from? I heard part of that call. He's not a Christian. You know that.
Marty Leeds? We're not talking about Marty Leeds right now.
I mean, not Marty Leeds. That guy from Call from an Uprising?
Yeah, he's not a Christian. I agree.
No, he's not. For several reasons, he's masquerading as one or trying to.
That's right. That is what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's not doing a very good job. A real Christian would never contend with you the way he did.
Sure.
Okay. And real Christians know their Bible, and they don't use it for their own personal defense. So, just a couple of things. Your previous caller talking about Christ changing three of his disciples' name, that is unbiblical. You won't find that in the Bible.
I was going to say, I do not remember that anywhere, so I was going to have to look that up.
And he's also incorrect about Crete and Cretan, okay? In the book of Acts, it mentions where Christians were first called, followers of Christ were first called Christians. They were called that at Antioch.
Yeah, Antioch, the first Christians. That's right. We've talked about that before, yeah.
Right. And Cretan and Crete are mentioned several times, though, as geographical reference, okay? And as individuals coming from there. But they're not mentioned in reference to or associated or conflated as Christian, because they're two different words, actually.
Sure.
Two different things.
Sure.
So, just whatever the Bible says, it has something to say about itself. So a lot of people conflate. They impute their meanings about it as opposed to what the Bible says about itself, which is pretty clear. Okay. So that's just what it is. That's why there's so much confusion. You will always have a lot of confusion where you have people who don't understand things as clearly as they can. When the reference for something, just like for you, Gematria, you can reference Gematria very well because you know the ciphers, you know how it's applied, you know why it's applied, and you know when it's applied.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Right.
And those are very key things. And a lot of people don't know that. They may know ciphers, they don't know those three combinations.
Right.
Okay? All right, so there's some consistency. So someone who knows scripture, they also know the history of the scripture, who wrote it, why it was written, and its consistency through and through. And that it's pretty much spiritually encrypted. And it has very little to do with religion. That's the biggest trap people fall into. Faith and beliefs, yes. Religion, no.
Sure.
Religion is mind control.
Right.
So,
right.
You'll always find people who are religious try to compel you. They try to force your mind like government.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Whereas faith and belief is your own free will choice. So, good show, man, and keep up the good work. I really enjoy listening to what you have to say and what you are relating.
Well, I appreciate the call, friend, and thanks for setting the record straight. So, You have a good evening.
Just a few observations, that's all.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, thanks, man.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
Richmond? Oh, hold on. Richmond, can we hear you now? Well, shoot. Richmond, you called in twice. I don't know why we can't hear you. The line's there, but... Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Richmond, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think it was my headphones. Well, firstly, good evening. There's so many things to talk about that I wanted to comment on, but I'll try to keep it pretty short. Firstly, me being in California, I wanted to actually call you the night of when you had the last show with that Call of an Uprising guy. Not that it was anything important, but personally, Michael Savage, I listened to the show and I agree the guy's kind of a douche. And I personally, obviously, I don't need to tell you this, but the guy says a lot of points that are very, just complicated. And the guy's just there for his show, and him, he's pretty egotistical.
Are you talking about Michael Savage or who are we talking about? Which one?
Dr. Savage, Michael Weiner.
Yeah, Michael Weiner. Okay.
The radio.
Got it.
Yeah, the talk show host, yeah. I think the guy's pretty egotistical because actually I tried calling on his show several times. And actually, I'm an American, right? But I am of Mexican descent. And I try to sort of give, an open opinion about our perspective, looking into just, the immigration. And pretty much I was kind of blown off. So, pretty distasteful. I mean, I'm not too surprised. But, yeah, that guy's a douche. He's there for his money.
Yeah.
Secondly,
he's another fearmonger for real too. Because after September 11th, he just kept telling everybody that if they don't go along with this agenda, there's going to be a suitcase dirty bomb that's going to be blown up every city in America. Right. He was talking about that stuff every week after 9/11, pushing all the fear, and yeah. So.
Yeah, that's generally what I have an issue even with both sides of the spectrum, right? Because on one end you have some guys saying, "Oh, that guy's a jihadist," blah blah blah. And on the other, you say, "Oh, it's a crazy lefty." So I see no common ground, and obviously that's a definite issue. But yeah, anyways, also the call for an uprising guy. To be honest, I don't think it's something I need to tell you, but I personally wouldn't trust that guy. He just seemed kind of,
I would never trust that guy. Oh no.
No, for sure. Yeah. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you're already on it. It's not like I have to tell you to do it, right? But the guy that seemed really, I feel like he was just kind of there just to kind of get you on his side because he's just trying to, he seems, I mean, I don't know the guy personally, but he just kind of seemed like he just wanted to kind of ride on your coattails and just kind of, watch his own butt, so to speak. So I also found that guy pretty distasteful, and I don't know, I mean, obviously I don't agree with the infighting, but it comes to a point where, like, I agree with how you're approaching this. Actually, I give you a lot of respect. How you pretty much were calm and you gave your points, and you told them like, "Hey, man, I'm only talking crap because you guys are talking crap first." And me looking at it objectively, that's basically what it was. Like a lot of people were attacking you, so I didn't understand why, in his mind, and people that are like-minded like him thought like, "Oh man, this guy's just an asshole." Like, no, dude, you're talking crap. I'm gonna talk crap back to you, and that's just how it is. Like, I'm defending my point, so I definitely give you respect on that.
Well, the other thing that was weird is he even admitted, he's like, "Well, what got me mad at you is you asked for me to share your work." And the reason I even made a comment like that in the video is because every day people will leave video links and, "Hey, check out this guy at Call for an Uprising. Check out a Call for an Uprising." So I remember one day I clicked on the link. And I saw like, oh, wow, this guy has 150,000 subscribers. I've never even heard of him before. And just one day I was like, you see these big channels, and I probably named off his channel, some other ones. I said, you don't see them sharing any of this work, but they're trying to expose the satanic cabal. How are you going to ignore this knowledge and not help promote it in light of what we're showing here every single day? And then, I mean,
exactly. Yeah.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
No, you get what I'm saying. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought of it's just so shady. Like right then and there, like when he just started speaking, I was just like, yeah, this guy's full of shit. Like he just whatever. Man. Like hopefully there'll be some sort of coherence. But yeah, I would definitely just be like, you know what, just do your thing. You know, like you don't really need those type of people around you, anyways. Like I actually prefer, you know, even if you are being confrontational, I prefer somebody being real. You know, that's the key thing. That's the key thing for I feel like for this movement, we have to be genuine in what we say. Because see, this is another thing I want to comment on, right? I hear a lot that two things, right? I hear that a lot of people are waking up, and I personally would disagree with that. Like, sure, there's a lot more exposure, but I think overall people are generally still staying in sort of their own little world, because the perception I've always had as a kid of other people are just afraid. Like, you know me, like I'm the type of person where, you know, I keep to myself. I respect other people's points of view. But if somebody tells me something, I'm going to tell them, like, hey, this is what I believe, and this is what I think. Even if you think 9/11 is crazy, or if it was a setup or not, this is what I believe, right? If somebody tells me, like, oh, what do you believe on the church? Like, you know, I'll say, like, you know, most of the churches are kind of, with all due respect, they're full of shit. And they've always been used to manipulate people. Simply put, right? Not entirely, right? Because I've seen some churches actually do some good. But I think overall, it's obviously been co-opted and dominated. And it's sort of, a lot of the bad nature of man has been, you know, been exposed there, right? So, you know, but because my whole point was just this, like, if, like, look, I understand people that they get scared and they're afraid, and or they feel they don't want to be shamed, but ultimately it comes down to this. It's like, if you can't handle the fire, just step out, you know, like, and just not be there. Because, I mean, trust me, even in my short time of being alive, I've had times where, like, people look at me crazy, and I'm like, yeah, well, this is my opinion. Like, if you have any contradicting facts, let's sit down like adults and let's talk about it. If you don't want to have a conversation, let's not have the conversation, and that's it. Period.
Right.
And move on. And
Right.
that's how you have to be. And I would encourage people to, you know, get out of your comfort zone and actually stand for something. Because to me, I'm not no hard ass, right? Like, I've had a lot of fights when I was younger, but when it's just something about, like, you know, seeing other people trying to dominate me or trying to dominate other people, that shit just does not fly with me, right? So I would encourage people just to get in that mentality and be like, hey, you know, like, just stand for what you believe in. Like, even if it's something small, just don't let other people bully you around, because I feel like that's just, like, so dishonorable and just disgusting to see, and even in everyday life, even if it's not a serious thing. So that would just be my sort of comment on that. And lastly, I would just like to say, like, one of the major issues I've always had with this particular movement, not necessarily Gematria, but just overall in the truth community, like, I kind of don't like the religious people that kind of tend to pop up. I mean, no issues, no wrong. There's nothing wrong if you believe in God, but I personally just, you know, would kind of want to see.
Well, I have the same gripe, because all the people who started all the slander about me have all been people who claim to be religious, and they don't like me because I'm not in the same religion as them. And it's like,
And don't get me wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I actually agree with the other caller that just called in, like, when he mentioned that, like, I just let people, you know, whatever they want to believe, that's what they want to believe. I agree too. But that's one of the things where I feel like, man, we don't necessarily have to talk about it, but let's just be like, hey, you know, you believe in your thing, I believe in my thing. Because I personally, I'm an agnostic, like, and I say it openly, like, you know, I don't care about the Pope. I don't give a shit about his family. I don't care about none of that crap. Like, I care about just lessening human suffering, even if it sounds pretty idealistic and naive. Like, I understand that most people are like, hey, man, like, you know, let's talk about the Kardashians. Let's talk about like, you know, shoes. Let's talk about cars. And I'm like, this shit does not matter to me, man. It doesn't matter. Like, it has no actual substance. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing.
I do.
Nothing to be a lot. Yeah, and it's so frustrating. But obviously, you understand the frustration. But ultimately, like, yeah, like, on that point, like, not that I'm saying. Obviously, I'm not a person that is in a position of power to say, like, hey, don't talk about your religion. Well, let's just, you know, kind of like be like, hey, you know what? We're in this fight together, you know, whether we like it or not. If you're a atheist or a Mormon, whatever, we're in this fight together. We have to figure out a way to kind of, like, set that aside and actually try to do something properly. Because you know, the majority of the times that because I always hear that point, right? Like, education, like, oh man, they kind of dumbed this down, or they kind of, you know, taught us to think a certain way. But when I look in generally like the behaviors of people, they always tend to go to like, just to give you a simple example, like to the vanity, right? Because I remember even in elementary school, like how many people are like, oh look, that guy got a new car, or his dad is driving a new car. That guy's cool. Or he's like, oh, like that guy's kissing a lot of girls. Like there's something about that vanity that they're exposing. And I feel like that's also, I mean, it's such a complicated, I mean, we're not going to figure it out, in this conversation. But, the point I'm trying to get across is that, like, they're kind of right in the sense that the majority of people don't give a crap about a lot of the things that actually matter. And I honestly don't know how to fix it. But I feel like we have to, at the very least, recognize that that's the thing. Because, for example, right, I had just kind of, and this is my final point, like, you guys can carry on with the show. Or with the rest of your live stream. But I had a personal friend that grew up in the same conditions as I had, or that I did, and with the same school system, but he was under this education system. But the guy actually figured out a way to get ahead, and he's doing good now. And I'm pretty happy. I'm just hardworking dude, just school here and there, like mostly it was boring actually, but I'm trying to figure stuff out. But him, he was exactly in the same position as I, but he was actually able to. And obviously, the guy plays the game because he even told me like, hey, you got to play the game to get ahead. And that's where we kind of said, I was like, yeah, that's do your thing, man. If you like blind people, that's your thing, But I don't want to do that. Just not because I'm thinking I'm better than anybody, but that's just not me. I just don't prefer to do that. But yeah, so I feel like that's something that we should consider also in this conversation. A lot of people tend to resort to their primitive sort of whatever that vanity that is exposed in human nature, whatever that thing is that we want to be better than other people for whatever reason. Like that's something that we should recognize, and that would be my final point. I appreciate you letting me express myself, and hopefully we'll talk sometime in the future.
All right, appreciate it, friend. Yeah, essentially what we're saying is people got to get over their ego, and that would do wonders for humanity. So,
yeah.
All right, friend.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, take care. What do you think, Jonathan?
Well, to me, it's almost like most people are in a coma. You try to wake them up, but the thing is that at least we have a plan. At least we have a plan. I don't understand what. My whole thing with call for an uprising is I don't understand what his plan is. If the name of his channel is Call for an Uprising, so what's your plan to start the uprising? At least we have a plan in motion. And you know what I'm saying? Like
sure. Well, he said that I asked him that, and he said his plan was his whole goal is to get people to pick up the Bible and believe in Jesus Christ. So he said that's his goal. So okay. All right.
All right. I mean, okay. I mean, I believe in God, but what are we going to do to get out of this slave system that we're in? I mean, like, I can believe in God. I believe God is the greatest. Doesn't mean I believe necessarily in Jesus, but I believe that there is a creator.
Sure.
But what are we going to do to get out of this slave system? What are we going to do to break out of this? We're not free.
Right, and that's going to take more than believing. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And then the thing is that people they go to work. They're in these cubicles all day. They don't think that they're in a prison. Just because you don't see the bars doesn't mean that you're not in prison. People in prison, they're looking at the bars every day.
Right.
But just because you don't see the bars out here in the world doesn't mean that we're not in prison. So that was my thing is like, because I didn't hear the whole thing when you guys were going back and forth. But my thing is at least we have a plan in motion. It takes more than believing, and even God said that. He said that if you take the first step, I'll help you. So in my opinion, God wants to see you make an effort. We just can't say, well, we're just going to rely on Jesus to come back.
Right.
I feel like that's a lazy approach.
Right. I feel like that's what the controllers want, people to just believe and wait. So we got a caller here from Oregon. Oregon, thanks for calling back.
Hi, yeah.
I tried to answer your question. Did you hear me answer it?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I did it on YouTube right after the show ended, but you had two questions. You said, who encoded the language? That was the first one, right?
Yeah, where is this coming from?
Okay, and what I said is, I said, to me, it seems that the secret societies, which collectively can be explained as Masonic,
Right.
or
I
whoever.
know that part. I'm getting down even more specific, like who is doing it right now, where?
Well, that's a good question, and you know that. So you have to consider Masonry is a network of tens of millions of people worldwide, and
Yes,
sometimes
I studied Freemasonry in depth.
So sometimes I wonder if the stories that we see, the rituals state by state, could be the work of the Masons within that community, or if there's somewhere at the top of the pyramid power structure, if you will, somebody that's essentially, you know, passing down the talking points or the numbers of the day, if you will, that are then executed. And at this day and age, it really could be like an AI or a computer that's even behind it. So.
Okay.
But I don't have a definitive answer to that. So, I mean, it's speculation on my part, but obviously there is a source.
Right. And the Masonic temples, there's one, I live way out in the woods, and there's one even not far from me in Kirby.
Sure.
I live outside of Cape Junction.
Did you hear what I said about Masonic Temple? How Masonic Temple equals 206, just like how there's 206 human bones in the body and the body's the temple?
Uh-huh.
So.
Yeah. And the Bible's like that too. I found that the Bible's encoded with a lot of things.
Right, exactly. Mm-hmm.
So another part more to this, like the numbers and the letters are just symbols, but what they represent is like a frequency.
Right, right, an energy, right.
An energetic frequency. And Tesla said, if you want to understand the secrets to the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bible, the very beginning of the Bible says God was the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God.
Right.
And with God.
Exactly.
So that's a clue right there, because it says God spoke the world into manifestation.
Right. Exactly.
And so, and then also, like, if you understand for like the secret societies, what the hidden knowledge is, like the Hermetic codes, and the all is mental is the first law.
Right.
And so the mind is the generator, and we are in the spiritual world already. We are all generators. In our consciousness, we are all simultaneously participating in co-creation. And when we speak, we are putting forth an energetic vibration into the ether, like cymatics. If you study it on a scientific level, it's like the energy, the vibration, and frequency is the energy coalescing and forming together into matter. And everything is like wave frequency, vibration. And that's when we look at the chemical breakdown of the periodic table of elements or things like that, it's all a matter of the particles and how many and in what frequency they're, like carbon is 666,
right.
6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons kind of thing. And so, and now we have a war on carbon with the climate change hoax. And all of life is carbon-based. But also the as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe does its soul. And the Catholic Church is preoccupied with the sciences, with looking out at the stars, with observatories, and also with looking at the microsciences. A lot of science fields are named after archbishops. And science, outside of like the obvious simple science that we can observe and repeat and know with our eyes and tangible science, is all very much scientism, which is really a big religion.
Right. Indeed.
And science and science fiction are really tied together. Like William Shatner was interviewed, and he was asked, what's the difference between science and science fiction? And he said, nothing. They're
Right.
one and the same.
Right.
And I see a lot of science fiction being used to predictively program for science.
Mm-hmm.
And, Arthur C. Clarke, who was, he wrote Space Odyssey 2001, Space Odyssey.
Right.
One of his most famous quotes was, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic."
Interesting.
And magic is also known as mind control, like in the Church of Satan.
Right.
And so the mind is everything. And we can choose whether, we can choose fear or love, and our free will is really the key to everything. If we can master witnessing our thinking and controlling it. And so when I asked you that second part of the question is like, can Gematria be used for the good? It was thinking like, because they are casting spells and they're putting it forth with, energy, vibration, and frequency, and it's affecting everybody's consciousness. And the word government, when you break it down in Latin, is gubernare mente, which is control and mind. And everything's a psychological operation, whether it's the military, the CIA, the National Reconnaissance Office with all their patches, with all the witches and warlocks and stuff. It's like they're kind of telling you that this is the realm on which they operate.
Absolutely. And what I was saying at the beginning, because I was trying to answer your second part of your question, and I said, so she's asked, how could we bring about good in the world? I said, well, the way they do things is by the numbers. So maybe if we picked a date with 41 numerology, or on the 41st day of the year, because the word good equals 41, maybe on those dates we could have campaigns about, go out and do something good for your neighbor or your friend, do an act of good in the world to hopefully bring about another act of good. Maybe if you did that every month on the 41 date numerology, maybe it would be more successful, the action, than doing it on a date that didn't correspond with the Gematria of good. And I don't know, it's a thought. I've never operated that way, but that is how the Kabbalah operates. So only one way to find out, I suppose.
Well, I think we're in the midst of it, and there really isn't any coincidences, because they're all coinciding events.
Right.
It's just a matter of deciphering words and hearing them more clearly. And so etymology is really important.
Indeed, absolutely. And to go back to energy, just using the alphabetic order, energy 74, Gematria 74, English is 74, occult 74, Masonic 74. So yeah, there's absolutely something there. But really appreciate your call and observations. So have to put the experiment to work, I guess, see if there's something to it.
Yeah, I'm all for meeting up with people in my area and trying to get together and raising some energy and awareness.
Yeah, we got to do it. The time is now. So thank you so much. And you have a good rest of your evening. All right, take care.
And thank you all for all that you do.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks. Jonathan, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Let's wrap it up. What are your closing thoughts for tonight?
Well, just to be clear, the statement, if you make one step, God will make two, that's not found in the Bible. But there's a verse that may fit. It says, "For you have been called for this purpose, since Christ also suffered for you, leaving you an example for you to follow in his steps."
Right.
And it's just about, it's like you say, if you follow the golden rule, if everybody followed the golden rule, this world would be a much better place.
Mm-hmm. Well, you wouldn't have to worry about anything if everyone was living by the golden rule. We'd all be good.
Exactly. That right there solves. You know what? That right there just solves all of our problems, pretty much. I mean, not necessarily everything, but in a nutshell, yeah. If everybody followed that rule, we'd all be good, just like you said.
It really would solve all the problems, though, actually, because if you come up with any scenario, you're like, because maybe you start to think about it, you're like, okay, you have a community, everybody's living by the golden rule, they're treating other people the way they want to be treated. But then you might think like, well, what kind of conflict could come up in that community? Well, all the things that always plague community. Jealousy could come up. Maybe there's a love interest, and one guy's really into a woman in the community, and she ends up going with a different guy. So now there's this jealousy type of thing. But you know what? If that person's like, you know what? I'm going to live by the golden rule. All right, she chose him. You know, I guess if I chose somebody else, I'd want them to respect that. So again, you just come back to the golden rule, it wouldn't be a problem. But
correct.
It's hard to get people to live that way because all the other human things. Because that's what's so interesting about us. That's why it really does feel like there's a creator that kind of made this world a test. Hold on, we got another call here, but I just want to say it kind of does feel like the world we live in is a test because we've given. Hey, you're on. Let me finish this thought, and then you can speak. 1 second. Sure. But because we've been given all these things that are like we've been given an ego. Why did the creator give us an ego if it wasn't a test? And we all know how it is as human beings. You know, we're dualistic in our nature. There's good and bad in us. So there's good and evil in all of us, but you got to control that other side. So
good point.
Yeah. What's up, North Carolina?
How's it going?
It's going all right, man. We were about to wrap it up, but I saw you called in.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say. I just wanted to touch on kind of being able to use it for good. And I don't have any actual example of it working for myself or anything like that. But years ago, I worked for a cell phone company, and there was a customer of mine who came in, and this was before I knew anything about, any of this knowledge or anything like that. And it was weird. She was telling me how people are, programmed by the time they're like 7 years old or something like that. And she told me that the way that she was able to make herself successful was she wrote her goals onto pieces of paper, and that she would wake up every day and she would say these things out loud over and over.
Affirmations, yeah, absolutely.
And it was almost as if, and then she was, I don't remember specifically, but she was like somewhat able to, become more successful in her life and get to where she wanted to be. And I just thought that was really interesting. And at the time, I didn't think anything of it. But, I thought about it once I learned about this. And I have no way of getting a hold of this woman in my life now. But, I just thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, there's absolutely a lot to that. And again, everything, the caller a little bit ago was talking about Hermeticism. And the first rule is mentalism, that everything is mental. And a lot of that has to do with, the world you perceive, the thoughts and intentions you put into it. That's what will become. And even before I knew Hermeticism, I understood there was something to that. I realized that if I was younger, like if I kept a positive frame of mind, or if I just like, I wanted something to come into being, if I just kept that focus, it usually would. So yeah, there's absolutely something to affirmations. And we used to teach that to the children at the group home to talk about the positive things they wanted to see in the world and in themselves. I think it is a good practice. So yeah, great observation.
Absolutely. Just wanted to share that, and just wanted to say thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. Have a good night. Thanks for the call.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, Jonathan, closing thoughts?
Well, we'll be back at it next week. I feel like we're making a lot of progress, and I feel like we're getting somewhere. We're every day we learn something new, and we're getting towards our goal. Our goal is to wake everybody on this planet up, and I feel like every day we're both making progress.
Sure.
Everybody in the truth community. I can't say everybody, but people who are trying to wake people up. And even though it's hard to wake people up, because like I said, people are in a coma. I feel like little by little, as time goes on, people are tired. They know there's something strange about this world. But I feel like the more we keep going at it, we're gonna get there, and it's gonna get to the tipping point where we have more people on our side, versus the other side, whoever we're going against,
Right. Indeed.
I feel like we're getting closer and closer. So we're making progress, even though sometimes I get discouraged too, Like, sometimes I get frustrated and depressed because I feel like everybody should be able to see what I see, But then again, everybody doesn't think like me or see things like me. Everybody's different. So all I can do is just try to give different examples of different examples of something to try to wake people up, And if it's not sports, then I'll talk about the government. If it's not the government, I'll talk about movies. I'll talk about a TV show. I'll talk about Instagram. Did you see the thing on Instagram saying that supposedly today is the day that everybody on Instagram who's on Instagram, their pictures go to the FBI and they go to the government. I mean, like, to me, they're saying that today was the day. But to me, it feels like if you're on Instagram or Facebook, they got all your information anyway.
Indeed, indeed. Here, we got a caller from Switzerland. Let's see what's going on across the ocean. Caller?
Okay.
Hi, Zach.
Hello.
Hi. I'm calling from Switzerland, so I'm going to make it very, very brief because it's 6 in the morning here. But I wanted to tell you something that I found regarding the Nipsey Hussle death. You remember when that happened? 331?
Right.
So the Joker release poster came out on 331. The Joker, the new movie with Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah. So just some things I picked up. The Joaquin Phoenix is currently 44 years old when that happened, which 44 is like, the kill number.
Right. Shooting, kill,
and the
right.
release date of the poster was 10/4. Oh, well, like the movie is 10/4, right?
Okay.
This year. And the Gematria of Joker is 31, like the date that Nipsey Hussle died.
31st, right?
Right. And 10/4 is 88 days left in the year.
Huh.
And I think Nipsey is 88.
Right. You're right. Yeah, it is.
And the Joker has Gematria of 38, like murder. And Joaquin, his first name, has Gematria of 33, and Nipsey died at 33.
Right. Huh. Interesting.
Right.
And it was tied in with the April Fool's thing, because on April Fool's they put out the killer's name. Right, the Joker.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the killer was found in a psychiatric clinic when they found him.
Like the Joker. Yeah.
Right. Remember?
Right.
So, and then Joaquin Phoenix was born in 1974.
Right. Okay.
74 also connects to Nipsey Hussle. I think his whole name is 74.
It was.
Right? And then the Joaquin Phoenix upcoming birthday, from that date to his birthday was going to be 211 days.
Right.
Like marathon closing.
Right.
Marathon closing is 211.
Right.
And now comes the whole crazy part. The crazy part of the whole thing is the slogan on top of the poster is Joker put on a happy face.
Huh.
That equals 227. Nipsey was born on the 227th day of the year.
Right.
And it also equals 313 in reverse ordinal.
Huh.
So 31-3, like the day he died.
Very good. Yeah, great observations. I'm going to look more into that. Yeah. Very well done.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Thank you for making the show. And I got the book. I got it printed. And thanks for your work.
Awesome. Thanks for calling in. You have a good night. Good day. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Nice to know people are getting the word in Switzerland. There's a copy of Letters and Numbers in Switzerland. That's cool.
Wow. Well, just to add to that, Nipsey Hussle just came out with these shoes. He has a deal with Puma, and these shoes are about to come out. They're called the Cell, like a jail cell. CELL, Alien OG.
Huh.
So so now Nipsey Hussle has a deal with Puma, and these shoes are about to drop.
He's making more money than ever from the grave. It just makes me wonder if he's even really dead. So.
Yeah, I seriously doubt it.
Yeah.
Because not only is he making his record sales have gone through the roof on all his albums. The merchandise has gone through the roof. The Crenshaw stuff. Now he has a deal with Puma. It's like he's it's just like dead rappers get better promotion.
Yeah,
you know, like,
death sells.
they get, you know, so like now he has shoes coming out. You know, any song that he's on, it automatically goes straight to the top of the charts. And really, nobody even really knew about Nipsey before he died. I heard about him because I'm into hip hop. But before that, nobody knew him on a worldwide scale like Tupac, for example, or Biggie. You know, so
Indeed.
it just goes to show you how they just plan all this stuff out.
Indeed. All right, Jonathan. Well, thanks for co-hosting. I'm going to wrap it up, and we'll be back next week, man. You have a good night.
All right, you're welcome.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Take care. Of course. Thank you. See you, man.
Bye.
All right, Truth Seeker. We done a 4-hour plus show, and again, Wednesday's a long day for me, so I am ready for a nap. All right. I got to figure out how to log off this thing. I forget. They switched up all the YouTube stuff. Hold on. It's going to take me a minute to sign off here. So let me see if I can even figure it out. Where is the button to end this thing? Here it is. All right, Truth Seeker. Until next time.